Hello, hello! Welcome to the GameKnight Games Planetary Qualifier in Winnipeg, Manitoba. I am one of your commentators for today, Daniel. My co-commentator, Eric, is just getting the finalization of the stream setup and player audio up, so we should have that soon. Welcome in. Sorry about the delay in us jumping on. We just had a number of announcements about how the tournament's going to run that kind of irrelevant for the stream.
628, something like that.
I know how many tables he called out.
Yeah, we are here. We have
Hopefully it's an even number.
29 players, I believe. We unfortunately had a few drops last minute, as it goes. But we're going to have, I believe, 5 rounds and then top cut to top 4 today. So we'll be going for a couple hours here. We have our first game getting ready on stream already. We've got Graham playing Kira Blue versus Josh playing Cad Bane Tarkentown. Really interesting. I'm used to seeing the Kira Green, Kira ECL. I haven't seen Kira Double Blue, Double Vigilance, so that's going to be interesting. We're going to cycle through players on stream. We're going to try to keep top games on, but we're going to also try to keep players and decks that haven't been on stream on, because we want to try to get a bit of everything on. Of course, until top cut, then it'll be just top games. But yeah, welcome in. Once again, I'm Daniel. I'm from GameKnight Games. We are a board game and card game store in Winnipeg, Manitoba, and yeah, we're super excited to be hosting our first Planetary Qualifier for everyone. If anyone is looking to buy Stars Unlimited products and is in Canada, we do ship across Canada. You can go to www.gameknight.ca. That is game and then night with a K.ca. We've got singles, we've got sealed product, we've got sleeves and accessories, anything you could probably want.
Hello everyone, I'm Eric. I've finally gotten a lot of our sources set up here, so we're going to switch over to some player audio so we can hear what they're playing, and we'll go from there. We'll commentate as it comes up. I'm not too familiar with the game myself, but I've got a lot of the tech behind me, so probably not hear me as much.
Yes, Eric is
exhaustion, he doesn't ready.
and
Next
our
phase.
tech wizard who is helping us make this stream possible. So would not be possible without him. Super grateful to have him here. Yeah, so it looks like we're a few rounds in. Not too much going on. We got sorry, the screen's a little small just right now, but it looks like we've got a cartel space on the
2 to base.
Tarkentown side, just going for base damage.
I will take initiative.
Enforcer with the shield and Client. Client is definitely kind of a nasty card for sticking around.
I'm going to
He's
McClunky,
just bulky and that shield
returning
keeps him
Cartel
close for a while.
Spacer.
We see him at Clunky
Deal 3 to the client,
We'll bounce the
and then
cartel
activate
spacer
CAD.
back to hand and ping the shield off the client. And then
Right, that's when you
Cad
play.
Bane
Yeah, it's an
is
underworld,
going to
yeah.
Ping the client as
Okay.
well,
And
it
pass.
looks like. Yeah, looks like we're just going into the next round, resetting up.
Ready?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll hit your base for 2.
Oh yeah, this.
Throwing me off the phone.
Yeah.
And the fact that you're blue and I'm red and you got darkened down.
Yeah, should we flip it around?
Maybe next game, yeah.
I'm going to do 4 Lom, ambush client,
Okay.
and then activate.
Sorry, just had a little technical thing. Had to get some of the audio back on. Looks like we ambushed the client to take him out with the forlom.
Okay,
See what's
do
in
equalize?
hand. Looks like
Yeah, sorry, can I? It just kills
I totally
that,
forget
yeah,
or
that
it gives
it's
minus.
coming, but
minus
Yeah.
2,
the
minus
double
2.
vigilance
Okay.
gives
Yeah.
2 units -2/-2. Really neat card. Definitely
Target
benefit
your
of
guy.
playing double blue that you
Okay,
just play
you get
like
to draw a
take
card.
out 2 units. In this case, we're just taking out 1, it looks like. I have blanked on the name, but
I'll take initiative.
Pass.
Equalize, that's the card. Which looks like that is a 1-of in the deck, so I'm gonna have to worry about that again. Apologies for the commentary so far. We've been just getting the last tech set up as well, so trying to follow the game and do that at the same time is a bit tricky, but should be good going forward. I'm not sure who is favored in this matchup.
Okay.
I almost
gonna
want
play
to say
Chilton?
Kira, 'cause
Yep.
I'm used to Kira Green being more mid-range,
4,
but
and then I have to
double blue
reveal
here, you're
3
thinking
blue
more-
cards.
Vigilance,
Take down.
Protector, and take. Okay.
We got a
Yep.
Lieutenant Charleston out, and we're getting 3+1/+1 counters on it. That is pretty scary at this point, because that makes it a 5 power already. Looks like we're just waiting, trying to figure out how to respond to the Lieutenant Charleston.
5/5 is pretty good.
Okay. As the players are saying, 5/5 is pretty good, especially since Kira can give that a shield, and a 5/3 with a shield is nothing to laugh at.
Okay, I'll play.
Okay, we're gonna tap out for a boss. Ambush. Use CAD's ability. Is that not ambush? I thought they said they're ambushing. Okay, so plays the Kira, cuts them both in half. Josh just claims initiative. Ooh. Gave Protector to Kira, so as you might have heard from the commentary there, 5/5 for Sentinel, hitting base for 5. That is pretty good. That protects the Child Sin into the next turn, which 5/3 and 5/5 probably going to hit the base at least for 5. Let's see, what does Josh have? Does Josh have a lot of... Well, Josh could waylay the Child Sin. Trying to think of what else would take out this thing. Maybe an open fire, if he has. Although it looks like he might only have in the sideboard. Okay, Cartel Spacer to tap Child Sin.
Because you cost 4 less. And then I'll do CAD to deal 1.
And CAD deals 1. Okay, well that stops the Child Sin attack. Still takes 5 to the base either way. But probably can get rid of the Kira this turn with the boss or something else. Okay, we're flipping CAD. Here's Vigilance to take out the boss. Give a shield. Ooh. Oh, little technical difficulties on the... Oh, they fixed it. Okay, we're good. That looks like the small technical snafu hit the timer. Or hit the base health tracker. Should be good though. Yeah, so put a shield on the Kira to stop the Kira from dying this turn.
3 damage. Okay, so I'll do 4 LOM. Before ambush, I'll trigger CAD.
Okay, triggering CAD off of 4 limb to deal 2.
they choose a unit they control.
Okay, so off the Cad Bane trigger, we're letting Childson die.
Then I will. Man, this feels bad. She attacks for 5. Yeah, so I'll do the shield.
So Forlom takes out the shield with the ambush.
She's at. Oh, yeah, she's at 9. Okay, well, it's your move, I guess. Okay.
Okay, Graham takes initiative. I think the decision here is just you trade the Cad Bane into the Kira to get rid of her now that Forlom's knocked the shield off.
She's central with the.
You kind of have to get rid of the Kira at this point with the Sentinel. And the more you ping her, the more, I guess, can't kill with the Protector, right? Where the yellow dice on the yellow card's a bit hard to see. I think that's 4 damage. So with the Protector, yeah, Cad Bane doesn't kill because Cad hits for 4. You normally have 8 plus 2. Yeah, it would leave you at like a 1. And with initiative, Kira would just like obliterate the base. So yeah, holding back, Kira hits base for 5. Now if you have something you can play, make Kira take 2 more, and then you can trade is probably the way.
Hot shot.
Okay, hot shot, so you get to attack for a bit extra. Smuggle it out.
So then he attacks for 6.
So yeah, then hits enough to take Kira out and survive. Looks like we're stabilizing a bit for Josh here. 8 to 28 is a bit rough. It does have the unit advantage on board, so Hylabon not really going to be enough to bring it back. Smuggling in Lom Pike.
Gives a shield.
Yeah. Lom Pike giving shields on attack is pretty helpful for getting through that last bit of power, because you're going to want to have to take him out if he gets to attack first. Yeah, so claiming initiative so you can take out the Lom Pike. It does mean the Hylabon will probably get to attack his base this turn. I assume he's going to try to take out the Lom Pike with Cad Bane or something else, maybe another Cartel Spacer just to tap it out. Yeah, definitely needs to get some more ground units or possibly some events or something that might help trade with it. I don't think he's running a lot of main board events, though, outside of the Waylays in Shoot First. There's also potential for getting some ping-in with Ruthless Raider, but I don't think that's enough to kill anything.
For 7. I have Cad Bane. I'll do Cad
It is no good to me dead.
to deal 2.
Okay, so yeah, playing a Cad Bane, that definitely will help clear it out. That's...
It doesn't matter, yeah. And I'm going to capture both.
Sorry, what? Getting some funky noise all of a sudden. We've lost player audio. Yeah. Just on our side, thankfully, so you didn't have to hear that, but we just heard a kettle explode in our ears, so place the Cad Bane to capture the 2. Cad Bane gets vanquished, gets them back, but they are rested for the turn, so it does buy some time. Cartel Spacer goes to base for 2. Cad Bane might be able to trade off one of these units. Looks like going to base. That's pretty bold.
And I've got 3.
Okay, and then plays a Greedo.
Can you hear them?
Stop now? Yes. All right. So Graham has initiative. We'll probably get one attack due to base. I would assume with Lom Pike, so you can put a shield on the Pike to help it survive. Hylaban's Eye Shield, yet there's the Lom Pike for the base, leaving the base at 4. It's pretty rough. I think the Cad Bane probably want to try to trade something off last turn if possible. This does leave in an awkward position. They do run a second Cad Bane, so okay. Cartel Spacer to tap the Hylaban, buys another turn. They might just be fishing for the second Cad Bane.
Player audio's coming back, let me know.
Okay, Protector on Lom Pike with the shield. It's going to make it a lot harder to remove. 5-7.
Yep.
Yeah, this Lom Pike's definitely becoming a problem.
Played Jabba the Hutt.
Ooh, a Jabba the Hutt.
Top 8.
That is not a card you see it played a lot. They're actually running 3 of it.
And then all my I'll take a shoot first.
Does tap them out pretty hard. They take a shoot first. It feels very slow though. Again, without a waylay or something. Ooh, Cargo Juggernaut. Heals. Which is gonna make it a lot harder to race. Has a shield.
Yeah, I think I'm dead.
Yeah.
Let's go game 2.
Looks like they're going to game 2.
2 of your units.
Because
And they're both
can't kill both units.
Yeah.
Looks like doesn't have a waylay to bounce one of them, so isn't going to be able to kill them both.
22.
Yeah, it doesn't look like going to be able to kill or rest both next turn. Didn't find that last Cad Bane, and Cad Bane only grabs up to 8, so that also doesn't answer both Lom and the Cargo Juggernaut, so yeah, just scooping. Yeah, so Graham's got the first win. Going to be interesting to see what we sideboard. I assume Josh is going to probably bring in their third Cad Bane. Maybe something like Open Fire, Disabling Fang Fighter. There is a change of heart in the sideboard, which could be pretty good. You know, when they put that protector on to try to stop you from pushing through, just grabbing that protector unit gives you protection for the turn and lets you swing a base might be a good option. Not super sure what to cut though. Again, Kira Blue is not the most played variant of Kira, so it's a bit hard to know what you're going to run into. It seems like it's pretty good though. I mean, 4-cost Vigilance is always nice. Don't need to run a lot of things that aren't blue. It's definitely more late game. There's some Snokes in there, Count Dooku's, Avengers. Looks like a few Super Laser Blasts, and then some more removal on sideboard. With how that game went, I don't know that they're gonna sideboard in more removal. They might keep it similar to what it was, because it seemed to be going well. I do think if you're Graham Dunk here, you probably just plan to play the same game plan, see how they then adapt to you, and then see if you need to adapt to their adaptations. Because that did seem very Kira-sided. Maybe you bring in another Vanquish, expecting more Cad Banes, because there's only running 1 right now, so... Burn another.
We start right at 11.
I'm gonna be right back. Give me 1 second.
For both.
Both people. Okay, I'm good.
Okay. Pile on for 1.
Yeah. I'll do Crafty Smuggler. I'll do no ping. Like no cat ability, I mean.
Trying to get Tyler a bit more visible for the players. Playing controlly decks, definitely knowing when you need to scoop to go to the next game is important. So, trying to make it a bit more visible for them. So far, it looks like we've got Crafty Smuggler and Halibon down. I missed what was attached to the Crafty Smuggler. Let me just... I'm assuming it's a Hotshot DL Blaster. It's really the only upgrade I'm actually seeing in the deck list.
Okay, now there are 2 of them.
Oh, we're going for now. There are 2 of them into Bosk.
Before ambush, I will activate CAD.
Use the CAD to ping off the shield, and the Bosk ambush takes out Hylabon. It's a pretty good play. Joshua definitely seems to have the tempo here. Looks to be playing a bit more aggro.
Ooh, that's tricky. Yeah, I'll take this guy.
Oh no, that was just experience counter on the... Oh no, I'm seeing the upgrade. I completely forgot that the regular tokens...
Yeah, okay, I guess
the regular token shield, I have not seen someone use one of those in a while. I completely forgot that that's what that was. It was not a DL Blaster. Okay, that's on me for looking away.
Okay, good. For the base.
Alright, so for the base, Bosk. Yeah, definitely playing more aggro. Power of the Dark Side, really good against decks that want to play. Now there are 2 of them to pump out an early card, because you can kind of force them to get rid of them. Child's in again. Getting +3. I missed what they showed. It didn't really show on screen well. I think I heard Super Laser Blast. Okay, Jabba. Getting a Jabba down this early, definitely a lot better, because you're going to be able to play your tricks for cheaper, so we could potentially drop another good to me dead. Waylays, shoot first, I believe those are all tricks.
I'll take a waylay.
Yeah, grabs a waylay.
We'd have to have a very long game.
Okay, Grim's just going to take initiative here. I'm thinking with the early job up, might have grabbed the Open Fires in Change of Hearts from the sideboard. Was also running Pillage. I'm not sure how much Pillage is going to do in this matchup. If the Cure holds back and holds cards for tries to hold cards for Super Laser Blast to protect it, like, you make them discard too, but if they're like holding back cards because they don't want to overcommit because they're gonna like board wipe anyways, it's a lot harder to get value out of the 2 discard, because they're holding 4 cards, just not wanting to play stuff anyways. They can just discard whatever they were gonna play and still hold the board wipe. So Josh still has the board state advantage. We're just swinging Childson into the base.
Okay, so he is.
So the question is to trade or just hit base back in response. I think we caught a peek of Graham's hand. I might have seen a vigilance in there. Okay, hits Charlton for 2. Okay, drops the gunship to kill Boss. She's definitely gonna swing into Grimm's favor a bit. Josh tucking towns out Childson, so they're both down to 1 unit on board apiece, but Josh still has resources, so might be able to get the tempo back a bit here. Oh, Graham is passing, interesting. Kira does flip on 5, so might be waiting to flip depending on what Josh plays, because you do get to deal extra damage if Josh is playing more units or anything, although Josh could also just waylay the gunship. We did see he had that. It kind of feels bad because then gunship comes back in and you gotta deal with it. It's on play again. Okay, Josh just takes initiative so that Graham doesn't get the chance. Delays the Kira flip for a turn. Feels a bit bad when you still have that many resources up, but you kind of stabilized 1 unit apiece on board. Maybe not the worst. Yeah, just takes the tempo to flip CAD. I don't know that you want to flip CAD before Kira, because now CAD's gonna lose half. Feels kind of bad, but I guess you get the first attack in. So you can maybe take out the Kira immediately because you swing for 4 and Kira's dealt 4 to herself. And maybe you just trade leaders is the plan. It looks like paying 4. Okay, 4 Lom to...
Yeah, I'm gonna ambush. Do I do... The gunship is gray, right? Yeah, okay. I will ambush first into Kira.
To ambush and take out the Kira, which is good. And then activates CAD.
Yeah.
So tool and gunship, which does activate grit, which means gunship's gonna hit base a bit harder this turn if it gets the chance to swing. Use vigilance to heal. Gives the gunship a shield. If Josh has no good to me dead here.
Waylay for 2.
Oh, waylay for 2 with the Java. Yeah, it still gives the okay. Elbone. CAD takes it out. So it does give the unfortunate side effect of getting to replay the devastating gunship and defeat something else with 2 or less. But we have successfully gained board state control for Josh at the moment. Knowing that Graham has 2 super laser blasts still in deck is a bit rough though, because if that drops, you just kind of lose back. We're at 7 resources right now. Not going to have to worry about that till next turn for Josh at least, so should hopefully get 2 swings through onto base. As long as there's not more removal here. Yeah, well, just going to drop the vigilance immediately, kill the CAD, heals the base. So definitely pushing back. 1 more vigilance left in deck. It is super powerful. Makes double blue really scary. Power of Dark Side with nothing else. That's yeah, that's just a disgusting turn. Double removal on everything, and the board state is gone again with only 2 damage going through. Josh does Ruthless Raider. Not terrible. Graham does have the 8 for Super Laser Blast potentially next turn to take out Greedo and the Raider, but at least the Raider will do something on death, so there's at least that. But if you're just going for like resources in hand at this point, Super Laser Blast as like a +1 to remove 2 is not terrible. You're already almost at full life. You're probably worth it to just play it without dropping any players if you have it. Oh, we're actually just going to gunship for the Greedo first, so maybe he doesn't have the Laser Blast. Maybe his... I could have sworn had set it off the Charlton, but maybe resourced it. Okay, for the base. Here, yeah, puts Grit and the shield on the gunship. So I can probably trade with the Raider next turn. Oh, just gonna capture with Cad Bane. That's good too. Now this is where you really want to Super Laser Blast if you can. You get your ship back. You get rid of Cad Bane and Ruthless Raider, which are both pretty strong forward threats. I think you definitely want to use it if you can. Maybe Josh has another Cad Bane or something, but I definitely think it's worth it to just get that board out now. Yeah, there it is. Yeah. So still take 2 from the Raider dying, but get rid of 2 very, very strong units. Get 1 back. Over Fed response. We'll just cure the gunship again. Yeah. So Josh is just pumping out as many units as possible. Wheelies the gunship, so gets the board state back again. I can't imagine Josh has much left in hand. Probably it just has to live off the top decks now. And actually, there's a number there. The Cad Bane did get a few, so I guess it's been keeping up. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I heard go. I don't know. Looks like Josh might not be resourcing, which is, yeah, probably correct here. You've just used 3 cards last turn. You're going to need to try to keep some hand and options. So if you have cheap options, probably don't need. 3 blue cards on Childson. Missed. So I heard Vigilance and I heard Gunship, which we knew the Gunship was bounced back with Waylay, so has the 3rd and last Vigilance. We'll probably use it to heal here. For the base. Needs to get that Gunship back down to try to take out the Larkin Tie, probably. Because that thing can't be killed by any of the events. Except for maybe the Dark Side if you take out the Boba first, but I don't think you can. I think if you choose to have the Dark Side, it doesn't get defeated because it's an ability of a card. So I think you need the gunship down and to just ram it. You could Perilous Position since it dies from the state-based action instead if you have it. Okay, we're gonna smuggle something, just have to find it. Okay, Bazine smuggle. Try to disrupt the hand.
So I look at your hand.
Probably gonna get rid of the Vigilance. Yeah. That's pretty big because there's the last vigilance in the deck.
You get pick. Billy for one. Yeah. This shield. Yeah.
Okay, Josh takes initiative. I think Graham here kind of wants to get his second Super Laser Blast.
If there's a game 3, yes.
Definitely looking like his biggest out here now that he no longer has that last vigilance. Maybe played the second one a bit prematurely, but hard to say. There is still Snoke in the deck.
I will no good to be dead.
Okay, no good to be down gunship to keep the tie alive, which is rough. Probably looking for a Snoke here or a paralyzed position. Super Laser Blast doesn't deal with lurking tie. Okay, yeah, -2s, so that also works. And heals a bit. There are 2 bacon openings, so one left somewhere might be in resources, but
6. I will Raider.
Raider with 2 to base, 2 to Childson. Cargo Juggernaut, heal back up a bit.
Yep.
So the question is, does this just devolve into a base race at this point, or are we going to keep trying to trade units? We're both at 20, and we both have 3 units on the board. Now Clunky Bazine takes out Childson, which is real good. Okay, Protector for 1. 5/7 Sentinel. Pretty good for the ground. That Bazine coming back down is going to be nasty, especially since Josh took initiative. Can probably just play the Bazine first, try to make sure there's no more removal tools.
He's still tapped, right?
Yeah, Gunship's still all tapped from No Good to Me Dead.
This is 5/7.
Yeah, so you probably Bazine first here. Yeah, looks like what we're doing. Really want to make sure there's not that second Super Laser Blast. Takes a Snoke, which is pretty good. Oh, rushing base. It's the Cargo Juggernaut.
He's 5/7. Right? Okay. I will shoot first Boba Fett to attack Juggernaut. So the on attack will deal 3 and then he'll do 4.
Gonna shoot first the Juggernaut.
7 damage. Yeah. Because his on attack.
Kills it off. Okay, Count Dooku's the Bazine, probably the better choice, because if you have another Clunky and you get to loop that again, that'll be nasty for the base and response, and we are kind of just racing now.
So many shields.
It's gonna be rough for Josh, who doesn't have doesn't have a lot of ways anymore to deal with those shields and one-shot the units, so it probably is just going to have to come down to racing on the base at this point. A bit unfortunate. It doesn't look like Josh has triple Dark Raid, which would definitely help with the Ruthless Raiders to get that last bit of push. So, does have the hotshot blasters, but
I'm gonna waylay Dooku.
okay, waylays Dooku. That's a dangerous waylay. He swings for a lot, but he can come back in and he gets his on-play trigger again. Yeah. And there it is, kills the Cloud Rider.
I think I'm dead.
For the base. That protector's been doing work, just really stopping the push on the base.
Okay, I'll do
At this point, Grim's probably got it there. Because you're not going to win the race with Count Dooku having Sentinel.
Oh, what? Oh, is that 9? I thought it was 6. Oh, no. Okay, well.
Yeah, at this point, really need maybe Cad Bane or something, but with the Dooku still there. The Clunky's the shield off Dooku, but needs a way to kill the Dooku still. For 5 resources. Maybe. Oh. I'm not sure if there's anything. Oh. Yeah, hotshot Boba. Okay, that should. So that does deal with the Count Dooku, but there's still the client. Still has 2 units versus the 1. It's taking a lot of resources to get rid of that roadblock. There's still 3 resources. If you can play something else down, maybe you can still keep the race up. But you're 5 damage behind right now, which is a bit rough. Doesn't look like. You'd maybe need something to come down now and ping off the shield from the gunship, and then trade your raider into it so it doesn't get the damage, and then you get your damage off. I'm not sure. Okay, just play Smuggle again. And passes. Is that lethal on board with the gunship and client? Gunship has grit, so you can probably kill 1 and get like 1 more turn. Yeah, 6 to base off gunship, so looks like that's the concede. Doesn't have another blaster to smuggle to take out the client or anything. That's a close one though, but yeah, it looks like Graham takes it 2-0. The double blue, those vigilances were really doing work. Same with the protector. I don't see a lot of people play protector, but that card's pretty nasty. Especially it looks really good in Kier, where you can just drop a shield on whatever you give Sentinel. So. Yeah, that looks like our first round done. That might be the last game going. It was like 2 kind of slower. I'd call the Cad Bane a mid-range deck, but the Kier is definitely more control, so it takes a while to get out to that late game and finish the games off. Alright, we'll probably be getting into our next game right away, since I think that was the last game still going on.
much time do we have? 7 minutes? Okay, we can be right back and then I can reset.
Yeah, we're gonna be right back. We're gonna take a short break and then get everything set up for the next round. So see you in a minute.
to your belt, you can leave it at the table, it doesn't matter. And then base total is there, we can see it from up top.
Okay.
Any questions about any of this?
No.
No, this is neat.
All right, cool. Well, I'll be back if I see any issues, and
Thank you.
Oh, this is interesting, eh, Lizzie?
Yeah, this is so cool. Here, I gotta put my thing on.
Okay, so they want us to use that for the base then, I guess.
All right, we are back. We've got on our stream table now, we've got Harrison versus Lindsay. It looks like Harrison is playing Kira Green Command Center, so this is going to be a bit more standard. Kira looking to play out value engines like Darth Vader and Maul. And we also have Lindsay Stevens playing Quinlan Tarkentown, which I think is a much better matchup versus Kira than some of the others. The Quinlan ability is just kind of good into the Kira ability, and the Cunning Aggression heroic package is just kind of pure value. We're just getting everything set up right now. Hearing the players now talk about like coming out to Winnipeg middle of winter probably caused a bit of the player turnout struggle, and it's pretty fair. I think 2 days ago is like minus 40 with wind chill or something absurd, so definitely not a lot of people wanting to travel. So really happy to see the turnout we did get, and we did get like a number of people out, I think from Ontario and Alberta even, which absolutely fantastic. Amazing to have people brave our weather and make it out here despite how cold it's been the last week. Today's actually been quite pleasant though. We've actually warmed up, so today's, for anyone who is here, really not that bad. It's gone a lot better.
Is that switch back or shrink it?
Maybe shrink. Yeah.
I'll give you.
We're gonna try just flipping the leaders and bases here, so it's a bit easier to read on stream. We're gonna have a bit more blank space, but hopefully that makes it a bit easier for viewers watching. Oh, and Quinlan has fallen on his head. Okay, but yeah, it looks like they're still just setting up. That is a sick Darksaber playmat. Does cover the zones a bit, but oh no, they're putting space units in the ground unit zone. It's fine, it's fine. We mostly just have that there for not really having. There's a few people who I don't think have their own playmats, so. Alright, so Inferno 4, Green Squadron, pretty classic drops. Green Squadron's always a great first drop for an aggro red yellow deck, especially if you can follow up with like red 3 or something, but just going for base for 3. Well, we can. Yeah, I think we needed to. Are they counting how much damage is on the base? They're counting up. Technically, it should be counting down, though.
I can get them to switch it.
Yeah, I think we're just going to have someone run over there and get that swapped around real fast. In the meantime, Harrison plays out a resupply.
Oh, like start it.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, cool. We got the bases fixed. Yeah, looks like it just wasn't. Looks like the health wasn't reset. I guess it's normally people with dice count up the damage. So yeah, they're using dice for base for that and yeah. Wait, is it count up or down? I cannot even remember anymore. Anyways, we got a Millennium Falcon.
I'll put 2 into
Also good.
do one back, right?
What's that?
Yeah, this one.
Oh, when you're here. Yeah. Sorry. Wait a second.
Alright, so just takes out the red 3. When defeated, gonna look at top 2. So I know Harrison is maybe possibly one of the favorites to win this. He's won a number of the store championships, so this is definitely a player to be watching. We might see him back later. The choice of Kira Green is interesting because I think the last time I've seen him he's been playing Django Red. So the swap to Kira Green may be an attempted meta read. There hasn't been a ton of people playing Quinlan, so it is interesting because I think Quinlan, again, I think is a pretty decent matchup into Kira. So we're going for the early Kira flip because of the previous resupply. Alright, so just Bamboozle on Kira to tap her out for now. So that gunship back, same as last round. Really good value engine to just finish off units and get yourself something in play as well. The grit works great with Kira's ability as well, so definitely one of the really good value pieces to Kira that you don't see so much in other decks just because of how much of it comes from this synergy. So We're doing cure action.
Deal 2 damage, give it a shield. Thank you.
Some good sportsmanship. Asked to take it back. Lindsay said, okay. Fantastic sportsmanship, but
There's 7 on base.
it's entirely in his right to say no, but
15.
Maybe it's fine with it because he gets Anakin out, and I think its threshold for the extra power is 15 health, if I remember correctly. So, actually not terrible for him.
I'm just thinking of the jet.
Just gonna double check that. Yeah, it's 15 or... Oh no, it's 15 or more damage on it. Not when it's at 15 health, so... Still needs 5 more damage to turn on that interceptor. He takes another hit from that ship. He'll definitely be at it. It looks like we're just deciding what word to do. Just gonna hit base. Yeah, hits the 5 to base. Now the interceptor's on. Interceptor will probably trade off with the ship, I would expect. Oh, no, just gonna race into base, so 4 more into base there. It does have the extra unit, so we'll probably catch up.
I'll deal.
Dropping Sentinel.
I guess I should. I will do the 2 damage to it and then 1.
62 kill it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so just takes up the Sentinel. Buys time, though, keeps the damage lead here.
Doesn't do anything, it's just, well, if you have droids.
I'm trying to think of what Lindsay could be looking for here. Definitely feels like struggling a bit with the space zone. What's up, Falcon? Probably just gonna use it to trade off whichever doesn't get the shield here. I'm just gonna hit base for 3. Does have more units on field, so if we go for the straight base race,
I'll claim initiative.
might have it for Lindsay, but still hasn't used Tarkin Town, so can definitely just remove one of the ships. So. Yeah, Lindsay might have this if Harrison doesn't have something to remove. This might be a turn. We're at 7 resources. Yeah, it definitely looks like we're going to want some removal. Probably looking for another overwhelming barrage to remove a few of these units.
I'll do 3 to base.
Not enough for a super laser blast yet. Going 3 to base to start. If we have anything to pump the gunship, I
will surprise strike with Chem, so that's plus 3 plus 2, so 7 to base.
7 to base with the surprise strike. That's pretty scary.
5, 6, 7. I hit a base for 7.
What does that bring you to?
Oh wait, it was at 7, yeah. So with the grit, didn't have a way to get rid of that, ship it in the end.
Yeah, you definitely had me that time.
That was good game, Eric.
Good game, buddy.
So that first game goes to Harrison.
I misplayed Tuck and Down. I should have said that.
So
They're popping the field, but
let's see. Doesn't look like running any whaleys in the main board. That there was bamboozle, so bamboozle was maybe the way.
It's cool though. Do you want to sideboard?
Looking bamboozle is maybe their only sort of choice. Oh, they do run the lay as well. They needed something, I think, to tap that ship, and then.
do you want me to switch them to counting up again?
All right. Yeah, so it looks like in the main board for Lindsay, the only options there would have been like bamboozle or. Yeah, bamboozle or the Leia. I believe it's the Leia that when you play it, you can tap either a resource or a unit. Needed to tap that one chip, and then probably would have had the game, but unfortunately, just didn't seem to have it. Harrison looks to be sideboarding. He's doing it very openly, which is interesting, so Lindsay can see everything. Oh no, never mind. Has a little screen using the edge of the deck box. I like that. It's like a little DM screen, kind of. Kind of thing.
Okay. Yes, that would be awesome.
Yeah, okay, it looks like we're moving back to counting up.
Thank you.
Yeah, it looks like we're probably moving to counting up. I think that was, I think the countdown was just being set up by people who play too much Magic, yeah. So.
Okay, I let them count up or down.
Okay. Yeah, it looks like should be counting up. We're letting the players choose for the camera for the stream. They were counting up with dice on their bases and just down with the device to try to make it easier for anyone watching who's not used to it. But yeah, it looks like they're going to be counting up. We have gotten them to go count up.
Just jumping in here. Totally my fault for everyone counting down, just because I'm not familiar with the game at all. So the first game they did it automatically, which was great because I could understand what totals were. But I guess the real way is to count up. So they might count up. For my own sanity, I might. Oh no, never mind. We have totals on the cards, so should be fine. It's going to be up to the players ultimately. If they want to count up or count down, whatever's easier for them helps them play a little more smoothly.
Yeah, so it looks like we're just finishing off some of the sideboarding. I think I saw Harrison put in a bit more removal. I saw, I think, the one of sideboard Super Laser Blast going in. I think I saw the one of Traitorous going in too. Which.
Who did you play in your first game?
Alf.
How was that?
Good, yeah, he was a good player.
What did he play?
He's got GameKnight.
Oh, okay. It's like my nemesis.
All right, hearing that some of the players hearing a bit of what their other decks are. It does look like we have a lot of Django out today. Let me just peep some statistics real fast.
That's way too much work. I'm just gonna strip my.
We have a surprising amount of Kira out. I think we're a big Kira city. Quite a bit of Cad Bane as well, actually. Yeah, let me see here. I'll see if I can get us some fun little statistics quickly on what kind of decks we're seeing. We're going to see.
Let's do 2 or 3 last damage. That's you know it's good.
Yeah, for sure. You have initiative? You can choose. Yes.
I'll go second.
It looks like we've got quite a number here of Django Fets, quite a number of Cad Banes, a number of Sabines, a number of Curas, and then we got a few interesting ones. I'm seeing an Obi-Wan list, a Director Krennic list.
That is.
Flipping through, only seeing one Bosk so far. Quite a bit of Quinlan.
They hit something. Just reset it.
Yeah, it looks like only one Bosk, one Anakin, one Krennic, one Obi-Wan. We have a number of interesting one-ofs. Some of them are a bit more like known quantities.
I think we're going.
Really interested in that Obi-Wan though. Might try to get them on the stream at some point.
Oh, because it automatically ends.
Oh, that's what happens.
That's why.
Oh yeah, so the app doesn't want to start. Okay. Oh no, they reset it and it was good for a second, then they. Yeah. So that was why we were counting up, is because of the app was designed for it. Okay, but we have a workaround. That was part of why it was counting up, because trying to set to 0 was a bit funky, but it looks like we've got it. Got it figured out.
Gonna mulligan.
Sounds like Harrison might mulligan? No, Lindsay is mulliganing. I misheard which player said what. Alright. It's like we're gonna put the phase 3 trooper down and resource for Harrison's side, and deciding on the other. We have what looks like Vigilance, Overwhelming Barrage, Gunship, Perilous Position, and Lurking Tie for Harrison. Putting the Vigilance down, that is, it's a pretty key card against aggro decks. It's a bit rough to have to resource early, but it's, being not the double blue Kira, but the Kira green, it's not till 6 that you're going to get, so it is kind of late to hold on to. Only running 2 of it, though, so if they need it, it's going to be a bit rough not having it.
Pass.
Pass. Son of a gun.
Son of a gun. I wonder why you want me to get a
Right.
pass.
Lindsay starts with a... Lindsay puts out a Sabine. Harrison drops the ship. I think there's an Overwhelming Barrage we put on top. No, it's a resupply. Okay, no, that makes more sense. Those are both fantastic cards to have early here. Proud of the Dark Side, cheap removal. You don't want to drop the resupply because you just want to use it. So, gonna put down the Perilous Position and keep the Proud of the Dark Side. Not a terrible choice. Perilous Position is good. It's decent. Doesn't take out the Sabine though. Who is a 2/3, I believe.
I will dare in raid and do 2.
Going
You know what, actually? I'm just gonna attack the base for
okay, attack space for 3. Just drop the resupply, get that resource advantage.
go.
But yeah, Perilous Position is definitely more of a card you're running for like Lurking Tie Phantom.
And I'll play Leia and I'll
Great against other cheap drops, like it would take out the Leia. easily.
Yeah.
Which, poor Leo is definitely what he was looking for last game.
I will then use Tarkin Town and I'll Tarkin Town.
Okay. Do the when defeated.
Then I will pass.
Daring raid into Tarkin Town.
1 second.
Sorry, I won't draw until you.
Just trying to get that board advantage early. Keep units off so Harrison can't just overwhelming barrage next turn. Try to
My
keep the
son
board
Sullivan drew
clear
this card.
to keep that
What?
removal out of play.
Oh, okay. I love that.
Yeah, so won't be able to play next turn unless if he flips the Kira first, which Lindsay, I don't think will have a removal option for it. Your best option. Let's see, what do we have? I guess you can trade a unit. If you flip the Kira, deals half damage, you can maybe like surprise strike into it. Force throw. There's a number of options to try to deal with the Kira before you can then follow up with overwhelming barrage. So.
Ready?
Ready.
I'll play your gunship.
Yeah, drops the gunship to kill Leia. She's good tempo. You get one of the removal options. Put out a second threat. So now if you flip Kira, you'll have 2 units out. For next turn, if you need overwhelming barrage, it'll be harder for Lindsay to remove both. So you set up your removal.
Round it down, right?
Yeah.
I'll do 4,
sorry.
and I'll put up
Oh,
2 cell.
yeah, almost forgot the damage on the ship, which is important because it does have grit.
K2SA.
Okay, drops the K2. Which definitely throws some wrenches in plans for removal, since K2 has the on-death triggers.
I'll claim initiative.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Harrison takes initiative without attacking with the Kira. I assume doesn't want the K2 to just crash into and trade with the Kira. Yes, I see Jay in chat talking about bases with higher health and drawbacks. I think they've announced 1 or 2 now. There's one where you start with less cards in hand, and then there's one that is colorless, I believe, that they've spoiled so far for higher health bases. But yes, very, very cool, interesting card design. I'm personally very excited to see those come into the meta and see what how they shift the
6,
meta.
So I'll do 4 and 2.
Alright, yeah, here's the overwhelming barrage.
I'll do 3 damage to your base with that.
Uses, yeah, that's why you want to keep the Kira alive. Deals through the base with the K2SO death.
Yep.
You maybe want to go for hand disruption there and discard, but it's hard to say. When you're that behind on board, rushing damage to the base might not be good enough. Especially since you're gonna at least take the damage from the gunship, if not the Kira, depending on if Kira decides to trade with your leader or not. Oh.
asking them.
Oh, yeah, okay.
No, I'll just mute you if I have to talk to you. Do 5.
Okay, we're gonna do 5.
And I'm gonna ambush out Clo Koon.
Okay, ambush Plo
I'll do the
Koon.
1 damage from Finland to her. and
1
then
damage,
ambush for
and then
3.
ambush for
four.
3.
She's hitting for 6 right now, right? So it should
She'll die, yeah. And then she'll die.
she'll die at the end of.
Yeah. So, yeah. Kira should die end of turn when she loses the overwhelming barrage power.
I'll hit your base for 3.
Always feels bad when you have to ambush Plo Koon without those extra units on the board, but Quinlan ability gets it done.
Hit your base for 5.
It does help stabilize the board a bit, though. It's a bit scary having the top target on the Quinlan, because if or when he gets removed, they're gonna get that heal, and you'll fall back behind on the damage. And there's definitely a lot of removal. I'm pretty sure I saw Harrison sideboard in most of his sideboard removal. So. Being even on a 25 health base versus a 30 health base is also always scary just because of that health difference.
That's good.
Fang Fighter to remove top targets, actually that's very smart, very good.
Well played.
Not a lot of people think about defeating upgrades on their own units, so at least I've noticed not a lot of people do. They forget you can. And yeah, it looks like he brought in the Fang Fighters from his sideboard, which is pretty smart because we didn't see a lot of upgrade cards outside of the shields, but it does deal with the shields. And then very good force throw here. Gets rid of Power of the Dark Side. Gets rid of the gunship.
Oh, that was painful.
Some really well-timed moves there of Lindsay. Looks like might be pulling this back into his favor.
Kira. Damage it.
I'll pay 2 and I will use Quinlan's dipping.
Okay, uses Quinlan to ping the shield.
Do I do anything out? I'm going to take it over Sentinel.
So the Sentinel, yeah, with that, Lindsay has absolutely taken over the board. We're going into 8 resources, so Super Laser Blast is on the table to clear back. Harrison does have initiative. I see a Vigilance in hand. I see the Walker, and I think that's a Phase 3 Dark Trooper. Not sure what Lindsay has. Vanquish is definitely pretty good because you can get that heal on your base and remove a unit still. Reinforcement Walker is also not bad. It gets you some either heal or draw. Both are decent. You're not in a really scary place yet, but you're going to be very soon if you let all 3 of these hit your base. Okay, we're just gonna drop the Walker. Goes for the heal. Definitely the right choice with potential resupply on top is not something you want to draw this late in the game.
I will. Where's my hand? I am going to hit your base for 3.
Okay, we're just gonna start hitting base right now. Perfectly fine. Harrison's tapped out, so you probably do just want to go to tapping the base.
Okay, nice.
Harrison takes initiative.
Hit your base for 3.
Yeah. Just get all of our damage in now. So Harrison's maybe not the most scared. You're still 12 damage off. Okay, drops the wrecker. Yeah. So you can get an attack with the walker next turn, heal to 15, and then you have the vigilance to heal again. So you're still maybe not in the worst place, but the board is quickly becoming untenable. Is that Super Laser Blast in hand? I see some sort of event. It's too small, I can't read the text. It's fairly covered. That might just be a Power of the Dark Side, actually. Struggling to see it behind that gunship. Yeah, it looks like just Power of the Dark Side. So, you're probably gonna have to trade the walker into the wrecker, and then vigilance one of the ships that hasn't attacked yet, and just heal down and try to buy time. And then continue to hope you top deck either just more removal or
I will kill
definitely
Wrecker.
Super Laser Blast. Yeah, okay. Trades, kills the wrecker. Drops the Vanquish, heals 3. That would be rough if the top deck's a Super Laser Blast, you're in a lot of trouble.
So back to 18.
Yeah, loses 3, gains 3 from the A-Wing. And then I think here's the Vigilance? Yeah,
Vigilance, I hope 5.
heals for 5.
And defeat that.
Yeah, takes out the Fang Fighter.
Hit your base for 3.
Goes for 3 again, so go back to 21, so
Oh, we're going up.
I take the 5.
Sorry.
forgot to take the 5 off, goes back up to 3. Is at 16, so 14. Looks like they're both 14 life remaining. But Lindsay still has that board presence, so.
That's right. I'll claim.
I will play 2, and I'll put out another 8.
Okay,
And I will play 3, and I'll put out
just goes wide on the board. Really hoping Harrison doesn't draw board wipes here. There is a Snoke. Snoke will definitely be a problem.
again, I'm going to hold.
So Snoke will give everything -2/-2, which will reduce the amount of damage that Lindsay can swing for, and those Green Squadron A-Wings do live. But you'll just be pinging for 1, which isn't a lot.
Waiting for some big ships to come out.
There's
Or
Snoke.
Snoke.
Yeah, so that definitely buys time, so that reduces most of the damage you're going to
So,
be
yeah,
swinging
minus
this
2,
turn.
minus 2. So they will have 1 power.
So everything's alive with 1 power, but that's only going to be like 4 damage into the base, so definitely buys time. We might see a Plo Koon here drop into Snoke.
I'll hit your base for 1.
Okay, we're swinging the 1, going for the Ezra trigger,
I'll actually play that.
and goes to play it. So, okay, drops a K2SO off it.
I'll do 1 damage. I'll do 2 damage to him.
2. Go for the shield.
Yeah, shields the Snoke just to try to give it
8 cost enough.
some protection.
We got 4 health left, right?
Yeah.
I'll hit your base for 1.
All right, we're going back to the ping for 1, ping for 1. Again, at most we can get probably only 4 damage in.
I'll finish it.
Harrison takes initiative. He's probably still just fishing for a Super Laser Blast.
I will hit Snoke for
One?
this is shield. I'll pop his shield.
Yep.
Yeah,
Get
so
6 back.
Yep.
So that gets
pops the Snoke Shield, loses Quinlan, so still needs to deal 12 damage, has one less unit on the board. It's definitely rough without a way to remove Snoke, though
1 to base.
if you can ambush Plo Koon into him next turn, because he has the 2 from the Cure trigger already.
I will do 2 to base with Daring Raid.
2 to base with Daring Raid. Okay, down to 9 health. We've got 5 damage on field, and then 3 more with the K2SO trigger, I believe.
I did resource.
Let me... Yeah, so you have 8 damage. Might have a burn event in hand. Might have another Daring Raid or something. Only runs 2, so not super likely.
How's the casting deck? Going well? Yeah, I should have Daring Raid stuff. I don't know what I was thinking.
Yeah, so Snoke has 4 life, so a Plo Koon can take out, a Wrecker can take out. There's a number, if you can take that out, it'll be a much easier job to push that last bit of damage this turn. I think... Trying to see what's in Harrison's hand. There's something blue, but it doesn't look like a Super Laser Blast.
I have 3.
Yeah, it looks like Power of the Dark Side. I think Lindsay probably has this game in the bag. If he has any way to deal with Snoke, or even just to trade everything in and then Daring Raid, then all he has to do is kill off the K2SO the next turn and he's good. Which, the more damage you can get through, the less helpful a Super Laser Blast gets. If you can get within 3 damage with the K2SO on.
Gunship. Defeat Ezra.
Not good. Okay, gunships to take out the Ezra. Does reduce
That was my next player.
damage. Stops Ezra from being able to play into a Plo Koon or the Daring Raid or Wrecker. So
I will play 4. I'm going to play Kira.
you're gonna play 4 for Cure, so we can look at Harrison's hand.
Look at your hand. Takedown's going to cost 2-1.
Oh, it's takedown, not part of the dark side. So we're gonna put +2 on the takedown.
6 to base.
Okay, we're gonna go for base here. We're not gonna try to trade off any units. So that puts us at 17. So it's
1 to base.
8 life versus 8 life. If I can do math.
I will do 1 to base.
8 to 7, and Snoke hits for 6.
I'll claim initiative.
I will do 2 to base.
Can I do something else?
What's that? Yeah, go ahead.
I'll do cure action.
Okay, cure actions to protect Snoke. Does not take initiative. Does 2 to base. These players are so nice. They're just like, oh, sorry, can I do something else? And they're like, go for it. This is a regional. They do not need to say yes to any of that.
What was the time? Oh, 10.
Yeah, real rough, because that K2SO on death can deal 3 damage. You leave at 28 health, and you've got 3 ships down. I mean, the Anakin's What's my interceptor health? What's my math on that? So it's okay. It hits for 2. So unless if you can kill 2 ships after you kill K2SO and the Kira, it's gonna be real rough.
Yep.
It really did just kind of come down to Harrison never seeing one of those super laser blasts, and I know he sighted an extra in. Let me double check. Looks like he only has the one from the sideboard actually, so bit harder to find. Has 2 Snokes if he sideboarded one in, which I'm assuming he did. I think we've seen both Vigilance already.
Okay. So I'll go through her.
Okay.
So
2 damage base.
no, it'll be like she had 3 health left because of Snoke. So
Oh, that's right.
Okay,
Fort a
Maul's
base.
with the Overwhelm to fort a base. So actually, Harrison might have snuck this back. It depends, because Snoke is now lethal.
Well,
And you need to get 5 damage with the -2.
hit Snoke, pop his shield, and defeat him and deal 3 damage to it.
Yeah, so kills the K2SO, takes
there's
out the
6 base.
Snoke.
Good
Yeah,
game.
Harrison gets it. The Maul was enough.
I was hoping you didn't have
I can't believe I didn't dare to raise that.
I thought you might have the surprise strike at the end because you
Yeah,
could have killed
with the surprise strike.
Right next.
So that's 2-0 for Harrison. He did have it. Lindsay
Good
did
luck
not
with
have
this
the
one.
surprise strike.
Hope you go to the end.
That was good.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. What else?
Yeah.
Yeah, that second shield on Kira. Really, if Lindsay
Yeah,
did
it's
not
like-
say
he's got the surprise
yes,
strike, he's
you
got
can change, you can go back and put the shield on Snoke, I think Lindsay would have won.
Oh, I can't believe I didn't.
But,
was
like,
the
that's-
helpful showing what he was calling and
That's
stuff,
just,
but
you
Yeah,
know,
like hearing what you guys were saying, I think
Oh, did you
the
hear it?
players are
Yeah.
very,
this was mostly piped into our ears, so he
Yeah.
could shoutcast.
right.
So hearing
the players
what you
are
guys were doing,
just
'cause we didn't
so,
mess with the camera to zoom in too much.
Yeah.
I'm blanking on the word here. They're very generous. They are very about sportsmanship. They don't want to like. They're just such good guys here. I gotta say, no one has yet denied someone saying, "Oh, that was the wrong play. Can I do something else?" And again, everyone has every right to, but it's just, dang, we have a good group of players. They're just so willing to do what they think is the right thing and let the other player, you know, play. I'm glad I'm not playing. I would become a pariah so fast because I would not.
Glad I'm not playing too. I haven't played a single game. Wouldn't go so well for me. All right, we're going to throw back on the interim music while we wait for another round. And we'll catch you guys back with round 3. Stay tuned.
All right, we are back with round 3. It looks like the players are opting to count down on their own. That is their choice. We have not made them do that this time. But we've got Cole playing Quinlan Dagobah versus Dan playing Django Town. Definitely, Django Town is a very known quantity at this point for a deck, and Quinlan is quite well known, but again, we've got this slightly off meta running blue, like the Kira blue. I've definitely seen 1 or 2 Quinlan blues, but not a lot. So, also have that gorgeous Quinlan showcase there. I'm expecting a lot of the blue choice has to do with how much Sabine has shown up. It's really funny. No one plays Sabine at locals until a tournament, and then like half the room is Sabine. I swear. So I think a number of local players may have been making that meta call. Alright, so it looks like Cole is starting with the initiative here. Wait. Oh, have I missed the entire first turn while vamping? They have nothing on field and just resource to 3. Did they just both pass resource?
For crafty smuggler.
Wait.
Right. It's marked. Okay.
Thrown off by the marked
First
board.
time using one of these pads here. It's great.
Village protectors.
Okay, village protectors.
It's lovely. Oh wait, so let me get my little shield token here for the crafty as well.
Almost forgot the shield token on the crafty
I will
smuggler.
do
Getting confused trying to throw him
for-
into space.
Oh, yeah.
I'm getting ready to remove my shield. Ready on pre-empty.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Getting ready to remove his shield.
Oh, this is Greedo.
This is Greedo. I'm like, what's going on?
Okay, drops a Greedo.
Okay.
I'll pass.
Claims the initiative, passes. Just feeling out the waters, throwing some units down.
You ready, sir? Mm-hmm. Spark, yeah.
Alright, Spark of Rebellion. That's where you see Ruthless Raider, Fire Spray. I'm blanking. Oh yeah, the Elite P30. Is that a second Ruthless Raider? I was having trouble seeing that last card.
So
Unfortunately, it
has
was
to
under
deal
our
with what's happening over here.
win-loss. Just a bit of an awkward spot to place it. Yeah, we're gonna move those counters next to their names just so they're covering less gameplay. Seems like a decent idea.
We'll do 2 for...
Oh, it was Anakin. Or Kylo.
No.
Blanking on the... Yeah. It's the Kylo's TIE silencer.
We'll claim initiative.
They restore Dark. I know Eric was asking in chat if someone is rooting for someone to win today. I'm a bit biased. I think I'm rooting for Daniel. That's just what you gotta do sometimes. Rich.
Why are you rooting for Daniel?
Because he has one of the best names.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Can't go
Yeah,
wrong.
yeah.
Can't go wrong.
We will do...
Alright, so going for base.
Who else is that?
Oh, right.
It's alright, yeah.
We will do 2 for restored art.
We just got a picture taken of this. Plays another restored arc, just going wide on those. They're definitely really annoying, like how much they do over a few turns for how cheap they are. Okay, smuggle out Reckless Gunslinger.
We will bring out.
Flips the Quinlan.
Oh yeah, this guy's not even trained.
He's not ready.
He's not ready.
He's not ready for the training.
He's not ready yet.
Okay, I'm gonna peek at Cole's deck list real fast here because I'm curious about some of the blue options. So we obviously have the Restored Arc, the Yoda. Looks like we got some Fell the Dragons, Regional Governor. That's always a really good card if played right. Jedi Lightsaber, fantastic with Quinlan. Okay, plays Concord Dawn.
We're gonna do Surprise Strike.
Yeah, so it looks like pretty standard blue heroic package. Just getting those vigilance and more Jedi cards. It is a bit interesting because like a lot of the cards that really abuse having Jedi are red, like Force Throw, which you lose access to. But the amount of healing you get is kind of disgusting, and you get the trade-off of being able to use Jedi Lightsaber. So you're trading one Force for another. Let's see, what's in the sideboard? Looks like more Regional Governors. Redemptions. Okay, yeah, it looks like a pretty standard blue package with a pretty standard yellow package mix. Nothing too surprising or really out there. I think blue too lets you play a lot more like higher cost units that have a ton of value and still good that let you use Quinlan's ability, because what we saw in the last game, the Snoke came out and Quinlan couldn't ping off that shield because just didn't have anything enough like cost to play, because you have to play something that costs the same as another. Blue lets you spread out your costs a bit more with like the Luke Skywalkers. You can push a bit farther. I do see that there's no oh, I'm blanking on his name, the 6 cost one.
Yes, all good.
The other Jedi, what? I feel like such a fake Star Wars fan when I forget like one of the most famous characters' names, Obi-Wan. He's not running the Obi-Wan. How can I not remember that name? You look like, and then yeah, the Jango Tarkin Town looks like a very standard Jango Tarkin Town list. Triple Dark Raids, Ruthless Raiders, Lurking TIE Phantoms, Kylo TIE Silencer, Elite P-38. Everything's very, very just that streamlined list. I do see 2 Force Chokes in the sideboard, which I don't know if it's usually played. I don't remember seeing it often just because you don't have any Force units. So it's a bit more expensive, but the card is really, really good. Even if you do have to pay extra for it. There's the Triple Dark Raid.
The raids and triples.
Okay, gonna look at top 7 here.
Alright, so 1 resource to bring in.
Yeah,
Ruthless Raider.
brings in another Ruthless Raider.
Attack position.
He is attack ready.
Would you like
Did
to
not throw that in the graveyard. That would have been
I don't think we're going to get there.
that would have been a bit of a
very
mess.
weird
I
game.
think we're gonna do that. Alright, I will do
He's eating it.
you get 2 damage to base.
Yeah, so it does 2 to base on coming in.
And I'll do 2 damage to Quinlan Exhaust.
2 damage to Quinlan Exhaust. I assume with the Django ability that hasn't tapped it. Concord does 1 to base.
We will do 3, 4. This one.
Takes out the Concord.
Makes sense.
The Ruthless Raider dies at the end anyway, so.
Kill the raider.
Okay, plays in Luke. Place the raider that's not gonna die.
Right. So yeah, we'll
Deals
do
2 to base.
Do 2 to the Quinlan.
Just slowly trying to ping out that Quinlan here.
Lurking eye for 3.
Looking tie.
Kill the lurking in the
Yeah, lurking ties are usually really good against blue because like a lot of the kill effects don't work, but it's mostly blue villainy. When you play against blue heroics, you just get hit by these like restored arcs that just don't die. They heal. They replace all your life. It's a rough life. Funny enough, that being such a strong mainboard card for Django is partly why decks like Fennec Shan that are kind of off meta actually have decent matchups into Django, just because it's like, oh, I just ambush, so I can kill it with anything anyways, and they end up being kind of bad until you can sideboard them out.
Okay. I will Ruthless Raider. So it'll finish off.
And we see the third Ruthless Raider. Takes out the Quinlan. That's pretty nuts. Unfortunately, that's a bit rough for future triple dark raids, because that's a lot of your ships gone.
You've got 2 up.
That's your best like combo piece with it, so. 6 to base, restore 3. Luke is doing damage.
No event. Oh, no event. That's nice. Yeah.
Doesn't have the event for the ISB, so the arc doesn't die.
Okay, you playing?
Daniel takes initiative. This is looking pretty favorable for Cole to finish this off here in game 1. Plays the Village Protectors. I think I see a Millennium Falcon in hand though, so we're probably going to see that. Yeah, it comes in, hits to 6. So now I think the Luke just finishes him off if you can't take out the Luke or ping it down. Yeah, okay, Daniel concedes. That is game 1.
Save some time. Yeah, save some time for later. Yeah.
Save some time for future games.
Fairly obvious.
Yeah, that board state was a bit too much at that point. So Quinlan blue. Looking at options for your sideboard, it's not. So it looks like Dan's sideboard has some breaking ins, confiscate, disabling Fang Fighter. Some Emperor Palpatines might not be too bad. Yeah, looks like Cole's doing the same sideboarding trick where he's using the divider or the front of his deck box to make a divider so he can sideboard without his opponent seeing, but is allowing us to see, which is fantastic. I don't recognize which card that is because that is the promo version of it from the Pro Pack. This is a Jedi's lightsaber, so I assume this is what's going out. Okay, taking out all of the Jedi lightsabers, it looks like. Yeah, 4 cost yellow. Is that Infus Nest? What is it? I'm like... Okay, taking out the regional governor, a Cloud Rider, or is he putting those ones in from the sideboard? Because there's one in the main deck and one in the sideboard of both. So it looks like these are what's going in. It looks like Cloud Rider, regional governor, 2 redemptions, and a Millennium Falcon? I think that's the only other yellow card in here, in that promo yellow. Oh yeah, literally just flashed the camera. Let's go, Cole.
I can hear the caster saying like going mad from across the camera. I love it. I like you guys.
The players heard me being excited about that. They've given us a heart. We've returned the heart.
Right.
Maybe that means I'm being a bit too loud though if they can hear me. That's a bit dangerous. Hopefully they can't hear me talk about what cards are being sideboarded. Wait a second. We're on the far side of the room with like 30 people between us. That's impressive. Man has got some impressive hearing.
Round 2. Fight! Street Fighter style. Did the store provide the tokens?
No.
Those are yours?
Yeah, it was just mine.
Awesome. That's super cool.
Alright.
You ready for the new Admiral Akbar and giving everybody more token? Woohoo! It's a tarp.
I think you can give clone troopers to people, so I bring them anyway, even though there's a chance I'm not gonna. It's just there, just in case.
Yeah, I like it. I appreciate the double sleeves.
Oh, thank you.
I find with these Star Wars sleeves,
Yeah.
they chip really easy, like the edges.
They're talking about double sleeving their sleeves and art sleeves getting chipped, which, yeah, is true. If you are using any of the art sleeves, I highly recommend getting over sleeves for them because
Don't know what I do with that design.
with regular color sleeves, they do eventually scratch and get marked, but sometimes it's not so noticeable to be a marked card right away. With art sleeves, scratches and art become a lot more visible way faster. So having clear outer sleeves just helps protect them and stop them from getting to that point. Heavily recommend. I started playing card games by playing anime card games where everyone used like anime card sleeves. So like I started this hobby with like a decade ago with the worst quality, shiny holographic like character sleeves, and those things scratch so fast. It was like standard practice in those communities. If you don't have over sleeves, people will buy them for you. Like you're not playing with those. They get so roughed up. So
I will give you the
if you're new to card games and have gone in and love these beautiful Star Wars art card sleeves, which are fantastic, I've got a few myself, definitely recommend picking up some over sleeves for them just to protect them and make sure they last long term. Which, if you're looking for some, we sell them at www.GameKnight.ca, and we ship across Canada. Just give ourselves another little plug there. It's been a while since the last one, you know. I won't say any brands. We're not sponsored, except for sort of by Fantasy Flight and Stars. So I'll say the Star Wars ones, but past that.
But
I know they have the double sleeving packs. But I don't think they have the ones with like the leader art cards, unfortunately. Alright. So just dropping our early ground units. It's a Guavian Antagonizer and an L3. L3 is pretty nice for this matchup because you get that shield token. You can't get pinged and exhausted by the Django. At least not right away.
I will. Ready to go? Alright, I'm going to start by attacking L3.
Okay.
Take 2 damage.
Wait, Graven Interceptor. I'm assuming he has Sabotage. I forget about this card all the time. Antagonizer. Yeah, it has Saboteur, so the attack immediately defeats the shield. I was just saying how good L3 is for this matchup. Unfortunately, it's bad against the Guavian Aggressor. Downside of Aggressor is when it dies, the opponent gets to draw a card. And since it has 2 damage on it now, if Cole drops a card of the same cost, he can just use the equivalent ability to finish it off. It's like playing the R2 just a hand fix. Resources, a surprise strike. So he's definitely not going to try to just outrush. He's definitely going to play it more for the long game, it looks like. Which worked well last time. I2 takes out the aggressor, gets to draw a card, has shown us the hand again. I'm pretty sure I saw a Concord Dawn in there. Cole is playing to the camera, and we appreciate it. The showmanship.
I'm gonna go 3 base.
Just hits for the base with Lurking Tie.
See those curly lights?
Plays Kira, triple dike, surprise raid, another Lurking Tie, and Geonosis Patrol Fighter looks like. So names the triple dark raid, which
That's a great card.
definitely probably the best to name.
I will.
If the first Lurking Tie wasn't down and there's 2 in hand, Lurking Tie would be great because you'd reduce the cost of both, but that's played out. Cole just claims initiative. See, does Cole play? Doesn't look like Cole plays Perilous Position, so he's going to have a bit of a problem getting rid of those Lurking Tie Phantoms. They're going to be doing a lot of damage, especially if he can't get some units down to trade them back off. If you can get Conquer Dawn down, though, it will trade with at least 1, which I do believe is in the hand. So,
I'm trying to think. How do I get rid of Kira? yeah, that's a tough one.
yeah, Dan's trying to see if there's a way to get rid of Kira so that triple dark raid gets a bit cheaper, but
Sure.
alright.
You are set, sir. Here's a question.
Am I ready to go? I am ready to go.
Gonna play 3 for the Conquer Dawn, yep.
We're done.
I like these, like, metal, like, that says Sentinel. I believe those are metal. I think those are, like,
Yes.
handmade machine shopped by someone, one of the local players. Possibly Cole himself. I'm not sure. Okay, pings 1 damage onto a Conquered Dawn after playing the ISB. Okay, Quinlan is out. Probably Tarkin Towns to finish off the Concord Dawn, so that the TIE Phantoms can keep going through. It's a lot of damage back on the ground right now, though. So the question is, are you going to race, and are you going to win that race?
What do you think?
Maybe.
You're taking out, oh, I thought you were taking out a unit because of the effect. I'm sorry. I'm like, I'm hanging on your. He's
there.
He's there now. Okay, but nothing else is happening. I will go ahead and Tarkin Town.
Yep, there's the Tarkin on the Conquered Dawn. You might just try to race here. You're similar life. The ties are going to be hitting 8 each turn.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I can use this. This is lovely. What do we have here? We have the ability to.
Triple Dark Raid still costs 3 more.
Yeah, we'll surprise strike one of these 13 TIE Phantoms. We'll do.
So surprise strike for 7. So yeah, it might just be going for the race here at this point.
We'll do 2 for Sword Arc and we'll ping the ISB agent.
Gets a Restored Arc, pings the agent. That's a bit rough because that's able to trade off. If you don't attack the Restored Arc with the Phantom now,
4 base.
you'll be able to trade them off while healing, which is really rough for racing. Of course, unless if you can ping 1 back down with the Django. Just going to trade the ISB agent and the R2 here so that it can't attacking force arrest on something later. The Django can still come out.
Waiting for something here. I'm gonna bring out Django now.
3 to base.
3 more to base.
I will.
So the question is, do you just keep going to base because you'll get 1 Lurking Tie through next turn, which will do 4 minus 1 from the
Okay,
restored arc.
initiative here.
Oh, just claiming initiative. Interesting. You see, Cole has a Yoda in hand. I missed some of the other cards. My brain does not compute that many images that fast, unfortunately. Looks like a Millennium Falcon, a Plo Koon, a Yoda, and a blue event of some sort. So the Plo Koon will probably go into the Django this turn.
That's a lot.
Restored Arc probably wants to take out one of the TIE Fighters. Which you're almost at that point, I guess, better to just take it out first with the TIE Phantom so it doesn't get the
Right.
heal, but it still feels really bad
We
unless
will
if you have
go
another way
in
to
3
deal with it.
For elite P30, I will
Okay, P30,
Quinlan.
exhaust Quinlan. I feel like pinging the Restored Arc and
We'll
rest
go
it so it can't kill Phantom, and so it has to trade back. Might be a bit more.
I like that though. I like when I saw
Because
that.
then next turn it attacks, it
we're
would trade
going
off
to
instead, but
swing 3 to base.
then you keep that extra TIE Phantom alive. Maybe that's not the end of the world. Dan's still winning the damage race for now.
27 minutes remaining in round 3.
There's the Millennium Falcon.
We'll ping the elite P39 computer.
One ping. Okay. We're going to let's see here.
I believe I saw breaking in Dan's
We're
hand.
gonna bring in Genos Patrol Fighter. So I'm
Okay,
going
get a
to
Patrol Fighter.
kill him.
Sack
Spend
that.
3 here to do that.
To play.
We are going to return Falcon to hand.
Turn
and
the
then we're going
Falcon?
to ping.
Finishes off the Restored Arc, so we get rid of that. Yeah, use the exploit 2 on it. Feels a bit bad because the Falcon does just come back.
For the base.
It's for the base though.
Fill the
Last Looking Tide's out. So there is 9 damage left, and you've got you've got 6 damage on board. I believe there's still that breaking in, but I believe that's only +2/+0, so it's still 1 damage off, unless if we've drawn something else. There's no wait a second. Okay, I'm a bit surprised. There's none of the what's the upgrade? The gun that lets you deal 1 damage when you play it. There's also not the other one that you can smuggle for Django. Because those like that getting something rested would definitely help. Getting that ping. I'm a bit surprised not to see it. I'm just blanking out its name. The gun that's not the Hot Shot DL Blaster, the other one. Okay, there's 3 to base. You're gonna get the other 3 with the Geonosis, probably. And 7 for Luke kills the Geonosis. And now it's gonna get hard, because you're gonna start getting healing from Luke. Okay, Fet's Fire Spray.
we will do
I think Cole might be turning the corner here. It is down to 1.
Yep.
Claims initiative. Yeah, so I'm a bit surprised. I mean, you couldn't kill the Django, so... We need something like a Vigilance? Like, the Luke's gonna get an attack off and heal. I think the Cure should have hit the Django instead of base, because then Luke could finish off Django and get the heal.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, it looks like Cole concedes that game, so going to number 3.
Oh, my
Yeah,
kids are
the
watching.
Cure to base
I got
definitely,
that
I
on
think, was
stream.
a... you need to drop the Cure into the Django, take initiative, and then Luke into finish off the Django there, and I don't think you heal enough though. You don't heal enough
I guess I'm
still,
going to resource this triple dark raid.
right? Because
I don't have a great way of killing Kira right now.
the Fire Spray hits
That
for
was a good play there.
5, so yeah, no, I think it goes either way, even with the Luke, because it's only restore 3. Yeah, it looks like there was a way out without drawing, but rough position to be in. Definitely a rough position to be in. All right, then we've got ourselves a game 3. It looks like both sides are content with their sideboards, and they're not making any further sideboards based off who has initiative or tempo. So.
I wonder what I'm going to do on my first turn. That's right. You'll probably just claim if I pass. That really did not go well for me. Okay.
So I think I see a regional governor. Yeah, see a regional governor. See village protectors in hand. Restored Arc, fantastic for this matchup. Plo Koon, a redemption. Probably resource redemption. It's just too early for it. The question is, what else do you resource with it? Because like Plo Koon is such a good removal tool that losing it early is kind of rough, but it's still kind of heavier on the resources. Okay, goes for the Plo Koon and redemption. Looks over and smiles at us after giving us that better view of the hand. Alright, I see. Daring Raid go down on the other side as a resource, it looks like. Was that Daring Raid or was that Ruthless Gunslinger? I did not see well enough. Oh, it was Ruthless Gunslinger, not Daring Raid. I mean, it's a decent resource. Okay, we're keeping the Gunslinger. Just looking for cheap tempo pieces, I guess. Plays out immediately for 1.
Proper this time.
I'll call the ISB agent.
Calls ISB
Oh, wait, no,
agent.
That's a different card. It's the green one that you look
Yeah,
at
yeah,
the
yeah.
side. That's not this one.
No.
Sorry about that.
Good to know that you have that there.
Yes.
Oops, misunderstood which card was.
One's like,
Yeah, it's a regional governor on the ISB
I
agent.
will play.
Daniel takes initiative.
Know right away what you're doing. I have no idea what you're doing.
I played this match a lot.
Yeah, so when regional governor comes in, you name a card, can't play it. So we can't play any ISB agents, but it doesn't look like Daniel has any, so doesn't probably doesn't super worry about that.
We will do.
Oh wait, there's a second Reckless Gunslinger and
What do you got?
resources, so
Ready
he
to
had
go?
2 in
Ready
his
to go?
opening hand.
Okay. One played, name the card.
That's kinda funny.
In play, the opponent's going to play the next card.
Okay, what did you play? What did you say?
ISB agent.
You said ISB agents. Okay. We go ahead and do 2 to base.
Okay.
We killed him.
Going for base tempo.
I will play 3 for disabling.
Ooh. Feels a bit rough to have to play a disabling Fang Fighter with nothing to actually use its ability on, but
Will claim initiative. Pass.
Stored Arc. Is that both Force Chokes drawn? Or the angle of the card is eluding me. Is that Force Stroke? Is that Force Stroke or is that Daring Raid? It's one of the two, but just drew 2 of them in a row. Chooses to resource 1? No. Going to resource the Guavian Antagonizer? Yeah. So it keeps just like, okay, it is Daring Raid. I got a better angle, I can see it now. Alright.
Spark
Got-
Rebellion.
Spark of Rebellion, gonna see it's
Oh, there's an
double, triple Dark Raid, double Daring
Yeah, very interesting hand.
Daring Raid. It's just 4 raids. You could call Dan the raid boss here if you wanted, but so Cole gets to take one of them. I'm assuming you'd take a triple Dark Raid, but
Okay, well, we will take the.
oh, takes a Daring Raid.
out.
Interesting. Okay.
No, I'm going to take the triple.
Okay.
It changes mind. Yeah, it goes for the triple Dark Raid.
Yeah. Well, I will proceed with a daring raid at this stage.
Yes. Goof Noirs. Okay, so we triple Dark Raid. Okay, what do we hit? Okay, gets a Fire Spray.
We will kill the Fang Fighter and restore 1.
Okay, trades off the Fang Fighter. Really rough hand for Daniel right now.
We'll use 2 for another restored arm.
Does 5 to base, gets another restored arc out, takes initiative, takes 1 from the governor.
Plenty of time.
Agreed.
You just got the 15-minute warning. This game is going pretty fast, though. Both players clearly know how to play their decks. So we don't have any of those full control decks. Quinlan's like soft mid-range control with the blue here, but there's that Plo Koon we saw earlier coming down. Looks like pizza has arrived, so I'm just going to smell that and be
Do 5.
starving for the rest of this game.
Geonosis, so return this to your hands.
Okay, plays the Geonosis for 5, bounces the Arc, gets a bit of tempo back, but pretty rough with the Plo Koon and Regional. Governor's still down there. Plo Koon does lose Coordinate, but the end of the world. It's 5 resources, so the leaders can't come out this turn, and there he comes.
Obtain. We'll do 3 to the base.
Daniel claims initiative, does 4 more to the base. I think I just saw another Plo Koon drawn and put down into resources. So this is looking very Cole favored at this point. It looks like Dan got some really rough draws, just saying nothing but events. Wasn't able to put down a lot of units, and is now getting like just the costly units, the patrollers that are 5, the fire spray, none of the cheap units to try to flood the board back. And they're all in space, so they can't even deal with this ground force that Cole's built up.
Let's start first with Tarkentown Plo Koon.
Okay, Tarkentown's the Plo Koon. Good choice. Don't want to attack with that coordinate.
That's fire spray?
That's fire spray off the regional governor. So now we have 1 governor for ISB agent, 1 for fire spray, which you know is in hand because of the triple dark raid. So that's rough. That's what we were going for.
We will do 3 to base.
Goes through to base.
We'll do 3 to the base.
We will do.
I think they've forgotten the 3 on the tower, but it has the tokens on the base, so we can still see it. Deals 2 with daring raid. Regional governor. Does your sword arc? Another. There's the 3rd daring raid.
Sorry, not.
Takes out the regional governor. Can play the fire spray again. Looks like had 2 fire sprays in hand. That's 2 fire sprays and 2 daring raids. That's rough. Oh, wait, did they not play the daring raid earlier? Were those still the same 2? We have the ISB agent as well that we can't play, so we're just gonna resource it. It looks like.
Ready?
Ready.
Trade, restore 1.
Yeah, trades restores 1. Still forgetting to use the phone, but that's okay.
Keeping track on it. So I'm at,
Should be it. No. I need to go. Should they forgot 2 down and then restored 1? I'll be right back.
Time for me.
We'll get some player audio while Dan's helping.
Before the restore 1, so you actually need 2 less. Get your energy.
I was getting confused. Thank you. Thank you. Pass.
Okay.
I will not resource.
Missed hitting the phone when they put that on, so they weren't sure. It's all good and dealt with.
Three cards in hand?
Will 3 cards. Daring raid, Luke.
That's the Ruthless Raider. So
Sorry, yes, Ruthless Raider.
I do like
He
the
plays the
idea of
Ruthless Raider, taps the Luke.
Surprise strikes for 5.
Surprise strikes for 5, so pretty much. Yeah.
I think the writing's on the wall here. I don't think I can get. Was it 19? I think we'll just call it there. Good game.
And
Good
looks like
game.
that's it. Cole takes the game 2-1. Yeah.
No.
Because like the question is like, you play a 1 cost like a Greedo or
Right.
whatever. So then I play the regional governor. I'm hoping to stop the Tarkentown of it right away.
Right. Yeah, I was like, oh, I will leave it there, forgetting that you have a few units that benefit from coordinates.
Yeah.
And had I maybe remembered that, I would have taken a bit more priority to kill them, but
you killing the plow was good because you saved yourself a butt ton of damage.
right, exactly.
A metric butt ton, as they say.
Metric butt ton. All right. Well, hey, first time on stream. That's cool.
Oh yeah, congratulations. I've been on stream before, not
Okay.
here obviously, but.
All right, there we are. Well, best of luck in the matches ahead.
Yeah, you too. This
Thank
is one of
you.
the. Strength of schedule, right?
All right, so that is that match. Cole takes it, and that is our round 3. Just want to remind people again, this is hosted by GameKnight Games, and cool stuff from Winnipeg. If you're looking for any SWU singles or sealed product in Canada, check us out. www.gameknight.ca. That is GameKnight with a K. Want to give some special thanks as well quickly to the Winnipeg South Osborne Legion, who is letting us host this event. Super thankful to them for the venue. It is fantastic out here, so just want to throw that out as well. I think we're going to go to a quick break very soon, just because this round is ending. It looks like some food has arrived, so people and players are getting those, and we might grab some ourselves. But yeah, stick around. We'll have round 4 shortly, I think.
Alright, Chad, we got a little extra time here as Pizza's here, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna try and bring up the camera and play with it and hopefully get it back to the table when we go back to the main game. So, let's get you... Someone's at the table.
we can't scroll up and have a look at everyone. Alright. There's the hall. Might cut back to a blank table a little early so I could recenter it again, but I figured I'd show you that we're all on break and we're all eating pizza. And I'll be back too, because I need mine too. Hey, there we are. Helps if I know if my headset's muted itself. Let me turn myself down. Alright. I believe the next round's going to be called here shortly. I'm going to get these players reset shortly, and we'll update you soon. I can put you back to the mirror back screen, and we'll cut back as soon as everything's called. It should be a minute or two here. everything set up, and Dan will come back and talk to you.
All right, welcome back to round 4. Just updating some stuff still. We've got Skylar versus Frank. Skylar is playing Obi-Wan Kenobi Cunning, and Frank is playing Cad Bane Command. I'm super interested in the Obi-Wan Kenobi Cunning list. I don't think I've ever seen this deck. From my understanding, it's like for a fun deck of his they decided to play. Skylar was potentially going to be one of our judges today, actually, if we had had a larger turnout, and decided was just going to play and have some fun and, yeah, show off this very, very different list, which excited to get this on stream. Frank, Frank's whole family's out here actually. Two of his sons are out playing. I think they are both undefeated currently, so we might actually get brother versus brother top 4 cut. If it is, we might try to get Frank on for an interview. Might be a bit of fun, but we'll see how the games end up. I think we have 2 more rounds still before we go to top cut. It looks like we've just got Crafty Smuggler and Grogu down. I'm just going to quickly peek through the list, see anything, if there's anything super different. The Cad Bane Green looks like a pretty standard Cad Bane Green list. Oh, Grogu, now there are 2 of them to early play Kiadi-Mundi, which has the same force trait, is pretty nuts. Kiadi-Mundi is super strong. There's the Lurking TIE Phantom. So Kiadi-Mundi is just like
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah.
a draw engine that's really powerful, and being a Force and Jedi enables a lot of the blue Force abilities. It does look like this deck is running the Forces with me.
Okay. I'll tap down Lurking TIE.
See if there's any more. So using Grogu to tap down the Lurking TIE. Yeah, so it looks like the big one is the Forces with me. There's Jedi Lightsaber as well in the deck.
For 5.
Okay, Crafty Smuggler, Surprise Strikes 5 onto Kiadi-Mundi. Really good damage, especially since you have the shield, so you don't actually have to sacrifice the unit for it.
Don't like that.
Now Kiadi-Mundi can't just free trade units off.
Give 2 experience to
Oh, there's,
Kiadi-Mundi
yeah,
and
there's
shield.
also the Forces with me. Okay, yeah,
And
so
he's gonna go.
gives +2/+2 and a shield with that.
Sorry, 7. Thank you.
Hits 7 on base already. Turn 2.
I'll heal 1 off of Kiadi-Mundi.
Uses the Obi-Wan ability to heal Kiadi-Mundi, who also has the shield. That is okay. This deck's kind of spicy. I'm seeing it. Just early play out a Kiadi and just go with it. I can see why it might not be the most meta right now, with some decks running like takedowns and stuff, being able to just remove any unit that you're trying to Voltron and power up. But yeah, yellow green aren't the best colors for it. I'm thinking more like some of the blue villainy control decks would be what it probably struggles with, and there's not a lot in the field here today, so.
Oh, fun stuff.
I just missed that.
Zuckuss.
We're playing Spark of Rebellion to discard the Zuckuss.
Yep.
Plays a Gamoyan Retainer.
We'll put it on Grogu here.
Deals 1 with the Cad Bane.
I'll heal 1 off of Kiadi-Mundi.
I'm surprised going for the heal first instead of using the Grogu to tap. Because you could have used the Grogu there to stop the Crafty Smuggler from getting an attack in.
The guard, who's the shield.
Spend my last 1 for Salacious Crumb.
Okay.
Heal 1.
Yeah, I'll do 3 for Yoda.
So trades off the guard, which was giving Sentinel. In response, drops the Crumb to heal 1. There, Yoda.
For the base.
So just hits for the base of Lurking TIE. I'm surprised doesn't try to use the Crafty Smuggler to take out the Key Addy first. How much is the Key Addy at with 3? Actually, yeah, no, that wouldn't be enough to trade anyways. Plays out the Zine.
Yeah.
Gets rid of the Luke. Makes sense. Unfortunately, leaves the perilous position, which can take out the Lurking TIE Phantom. Usually it can't be destroyed by effects of abilities, but because it doesn't outright destroy, it just puts its health to 0 and it dies basically from rule states.
I'm gonna
it does get past it.
Just the exhaust action.
Gonna use Grogu to tap Salacious. which is such a
So
fantastic
9
name.
minus 2
Stars
is 6
names are
alpha, so-
fantastic. Just Salacious Crumb. I see some chat about Kiss in the chat. Salacious Crumb is like, that's the type of name you would expect from a metal band in that era.
Obi-Wan as a sentinel.
Okay, we bring out Obi-Wan to defend the Ki-Adi-Mundi.
Okay. And
So we ambush in Forlom, and 2 damage goes through because of Cad
3
Bane.
for perilous position on Cad.
But it's peerless position on Cad Bane instead of the TIE Phantom, so just rest Cad Bane, gives him
Getting
-2,
into
-2.
Cad for 7 damage, defeating him, taking him
And
back.
yeah, so then Ki-Adi-Mundi can defeat it because he has a -2.
No, this is -2, so yeah. Yeah. And you finish it? I will go. Let's go for the base, and I'll take one off of here and put it on the zine.
Four to base?
Yes. And then I pass.
Should Ki-Adi-Mundi...
I'll stay at 6.
Yeah, I'm not resourcing.
Okay.
No, Cad Bane is like... Add the -2, -2.
He's got 6 left.
It's
right now.
really weak on defense, right? He's 2 plus raid 2. Yeah, so it actually did no damage to the Ki-Adi-Mundi. That was a really good play with the peerless position.
Okay.
This is getting our control somewhat fast. Skylar is really taking over the board.
I'll do.
And once some of these units start hitting base, it's going to go real fast.
Vigilance for 6.
Okay, plays out
I'm gonna
Vigilance.
Heal 5 off my base.
Heals 5,
And
and
give shields to Obi-Wan.
shields Obi-Wan, who has Sentinel right now, so still can't hit Ki-Adi-Mundi, Yoda, or anyone else.
I'll spend 1. Clunky.
Okay.
I'll bring her back into my hand. Do 3 damage.
Okay, Clunkies bounces the Bazine to hand. Put some damage on Ki-Adi-Mundi. Doesn't finish him off because of the +2/+2.
I'll put on Yoda. I'll go 7 to base.
Yeah, here the swings come. That's 7 to base already.
4 to base.
For back to base.
Oh. Go 2 to base, restore 2.
2 to base, restore 2. With the Yoda, yeah, at this point it's
2 for the zine.
Okay.
pretty
You can
over,
choose the
feels
order.
like.
So I have coordinate, so I'll draw 2.
Oh.
So you can make me do that first or after.
Yeah, please draw 2.
Yeah, so gets the coordinate ability for Ki-Adi-Mundi to draw more. Then the Bazine goes off. Discards the Obi-Wan. Has another Ki-Adi-Mundi in hand though, which is kind of rough. And an Ezra.
Yeah, I'll go 4 to base. I'll heal 1. Put it
4
on
more
the
to base. Transfers the 1 damage to the Bazine.
Spend 2 for Cloud Rider. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, forgot that Obi-Wan had Sentinel.
initiative.
It's just one of those things you don't see Obi-Wan players, so just trying to remember.
Nice.
Set for that.
Might have pinged off the shield earlier with the Clunky instead if I had thought about that, but you still leave the Obi-Wan at 1 health because of moving that 1 damage to the Bazine, so he'd
So
still
7 to
live.
base.
You still get the 7 through the base to
Wait, that's 20. You got 20. That was 22, so that's 29.
puts it 29, so pretty much game. Yeah, that board state really snowballed fast. That Ki-Adi-Mundi came out off the off the now there are two of them, and it just did not let up. That deck is spicy. I like it. I definitely wanna try that deck sometime. Actually, it looks like a lot of fun. All right, so that is game one. I'm used to blue heroic being more like a bit more mid-game, a bit more control-y, but this almost felt aggro. Like, definitely it plays, I guess, a bit more mid-range because you're playing stuff to advantage engine and like eventually take the board, but having that now there are two of them really just lets you accelerate when you have it to a pretty absurd level, actually.
Yeah, I think I do. No, I'm trying to stay with it.
I can see this deck maybe struggling a bit against some of the probably the Django Tarkin Town, because
For now.
you massively pump one unit, but if you keep getting like pinged and rested down, you're not going to get that damage through, which is pretty rough. So I could see it maybe struggling to some of the other meta threats, but or as I said, some of the like blue villainy control decks.
I'll keep this one. Okay. Start with a restored arc.
Alright, so game two, we're starting with the Restored Arc. Blue Heroic's favorite start.
Okay. And then I'll heal the ping.
Doing a Salacious Crumb. Feels a bit bad when you have to play turn one since you don't get your own base heal. Gets the McClunky off it though for the removal. It does take 2 units, but it's not the worst. Especially if you don't have anything to deal with space at the moment. Sometimes you just have to do the 2 for 1.
Okay.
Okay, so I see a Crafty Smuggler,
3 for the
a
Falcon.
Zuckus, the Salacious Crumb's back in hand because of the bounce, which is the thing. It's technically a 2 for 1, but it's not really because you get the Crumb back in hand. Okay, Millennium Falcon. 2 to base, heal 1 off the Crumb. This is the thing Cad Bane Green likes to do. You just like to loop your Salacious Crumb, McClunky it, bring it in, heal 1, bounce it off, deal damage, just back and forth. It's a nice cheap little engine for early game removal. I see a Ki-Adi-Mundi and a Vigilance, it looks like, in Scully's hand right now. Opts to let the Millennium Falcon return to hand. That card does make it where you have to pay 1 every turn you keep it on the field. With the upside of it coming in untapped. But lets it return so that he can play out a Razor Crest.
Pass.
Frank just deals damage to base.
Okay.
Cartel Spacer and Ping.
Okay.
Silently takes initiative, they pass. Frank's definitely got a much better board state this game. Skylar does not have nearly as explosive a start. It looks like he's running a lot of his more expensive plays.
Go 3 to base and restore 2.
Okay, goes through the base and restores 2 with the Razor Crest. Just constantly undoing all of the damage you managed to push through.
Okay. I'll heal 1 off Razor Crest.
Sends the Cartel Spacer in for 2 and gets 1 healed. And we pay 5 for Overwhelming Barrage.
Love
to
it.
finish off the Razor Crest. And now that Crafty Smuggler has +2/+2 for the turn, so it's going to hit the base back for another 5. Potentially. We have
I'll
5
spend
resources to
4,
work with.
Take down the Crafty Smuggler.
Okay, it's going to take down in response. And we are normalizing now with one little salacious crumb. Just a crumb of a board state. I do appreciate that Skylar is running the Obi-Wan Kenobi sleeves on the Obi-Wan Kenobi deck. You've gotta go all out with your leader if you can. I'm still hoping for some sleeves for some of the other leaders I play. Need some Gar Saxon and Fennec Shan sleeves.
Good. Yep. Flip Obi-Wan.
Alright, we're flipping Obi-Wan. It's not a ton of great green options to deal with Obi-Wan. Frank is running the Maul, which can come in. But there's not a lot else that can help remove just a big unit. We play down the Zuckuss, drop some damage on it. Maybe next turn we can ambush with Forlom, but does have no good to me dead in the sideboard, which is helpful.
Tough choices right now. Yeah. Actually going to swing into Salacious Crumb and on attack move the damage, so I'll just get it back.
Just trades off the Salacious Crumb. Okay, we're going to flip Cad Bane. We can hit for 4.
4.
Doesn't finish off.
2 experience finish shields to Obi-Wan.
Oh, and there's the forces with me. That card is
but not attacking.
kind of nasty in this matchup. Gives +2/+2 and a shield. So now trading in with a Cad Bane feels really bad because
I'll pass.
you don't deal any damage. And then next turn, Obi-Wan just smacks you in the face while you're not hitting with your raid, and you basically just die without doing anything back. It feels a bit bad. Now that it's that shield, though, it's again very hard to deal with because you need to hit it off first with something. And Cad Bane Green just doesn't have a ton of really good ping effects. Outside of the Maclunky. Okay, Bazine, we see the hand. Kiadimundi, Rivals Fall, Obi-Wan Kenobi, Millennium Falcon, and Yoda. Take the Obi-Wan, so he can't put more shields on. Uses the Cad Bane ability off that to ping the shield off, which is really the only option. I know I was saying doesn't have a good way to ping it off. The leader ability is like your only way, which I guess we have. So now we can Overwhelming Barrage or something to finish off if we have another one of those.
I'll go 6 to base, heal 1, I'll put it on Cad Bane.
Trades 6 to base, puts 1 damage on Cad, so if Cad swings into Obi-Wan.
Spend 5 Overwhelming Barrage.
Okay. That's 8 damage.
Yeah, just leaves him with 1 health, I guess.
Yeah, that's the Overwhelming Barrage. Hits 8 damage. Yeah, leaves him at 1 with the +1/+1.
Do 6 Rivals Fall on Zuckuss.
Rivals falls the Zuckuss before it can attack with the pump damage.
Sentinel.
Yeah, I'll finish it. So
Okay, take 6 back.
6 back.
But yeah, 7.
Yeah, so finishes him off. Gets put at 7, has, I think, 1 life left. Cad Bane's 2/8, right? I'm pretty sure. Don't quote me, though. Yeah, 2-8, so 1 life back. This is still favoring Frank for board state, but it is feeling a lot like we're using a ton of our resources, and Skylar's just sitting on threat after threat in hand. So it's gonna be rough. I think we see Jedi's lightsaber, a vigilance, and we saw Kiadi Mundi earlier.
Sorry, it's a tough choice here. I'll stay.
Skylar opts not to resource, which is really interesting with how expensive it is. So you must have like perfect resources for this turn. Which drops the Yoda. Drops 7, drops the Maul.
The scene? Okay. 3 to base.
Yeah. So sends 3 damage through the base, overwhelming.
Three for the Falcon.
4 to base.
So 3 to base.
Falcon's not really enough here. It does look like Frank's...
Claim initiative.
It looks like Frank's solidifying the board state here now. We do know that Skylar does have that vigilance though, so can heal back a good number of that damage. Potentially take something out, but that Maul is fresh and has no damage on it. It's definitely going to be a problem.
I'll go up 1 and exhaust 1 for the Millennium Falcon.
Okay.
Yeah, we're going to pay the 1 to keep the Millennium Falcon on the board.
Do 6 for Vigilance.
Yeah. There's the Vigilance.
Cad Bane.
Finishes off Cad Bane, heals 5, but still not really building on the board state. You only have 1 resource left. You're going to get 3 damage with a Falcon, but you're going to take a ton back with the Maul and Vizine. And Frank still has all of his resources to drop more threats here, so...
Ooh, nice.
Okay, gonna smuggle out the Hotshot Blaster, hit 9 to base. Just like that, we're pretty much even in damage again.
I'll do 1 base.
But
Take initiative.
that Maul just is such a threat.
4.
Skylar does have a number of removal tools though. Has like the Rivals Falls, the takedowns, all of that, so...
Yep.
So yeah, that's it. Pass.
It does potentially have removal pieces for it, but once again, you're not putting your own threats out at that point, so you just have to hope Frank can't put down more units than you can remove, or you can keep hitting with Falcon. But this is looking like it's probably going to be Frank's game.
Oh, I put the damage there. That's right.
Yeah, I don't know what hand Skylar had when choosing not to resource, but it does seem to be a bit rough now.
All of this come back to hand.
Okay, we're letting the Falcon return to hand.
Okay. 3 for Perilous Position.
Okay, Perilous Position, just to rest the Maul and give -2/-2 for this turn. Buys some more time. You don't have your own unit down, though, to try to race off it, so...
2 and surprise strike for 7.
Oh, very nice.
You got Surprise Strike for 7 with the Gamorrean Guard.
Awesome.
Yeah, Yeah, it's looking pretty rough at this
6
point.
for
8 damage
Obi-Wan
left.
Sentinel.
It drops the Obi-Wan.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
And overwhelming barrage.
Oh, very nice.
I think that's our last overwhelming barrage.
Okay.
It's at least the second.
Salacious Crumb. Deal 1.
All right.
Yeah, I think this is probably going to be game for Frank. This is a pretty untenable board state. I don't think there's much you can do. There's no really blue heroic board wipes. Like the only thing you can run is either extra resource. I'm blanking on its name. Super Laser Blast, or you can run Invasion of Christophsis, but no one really runs that because it's so expensive. You wouldn't be able to pay for it here now anyways too, and you don't even have units to exploit to help pay for it, so it's just...
In a tough spot right now, isn't it?
Oh, wow.
Here, I think you probably just scoop to go next to have more time for last game, but maybe Skylar has something. I see an Anakin. You can maybe kill something off with that, but...
I don't know if the math works, but I will...
You're only giving -3, -3, because nothing will die this turn, so...
7 for Luke and -3, -3, which won't defeat him, but...
Yeah, understands doesn't defeat him. So he's at -5, -5 right now.
I think you can still...
So...
Here.
He's -2 with that.
Yeah.
So he's -5, he's got 1 health.
Yeah.
Yeah, so 1 health off from being able to finish him, but I think he's still 2 or 3 damage through,
So
plus
hitting
with
for
Gamorrean Guard.
7, so -3.
Oh,
4.
yeah.
I will do the 4 damage.
Wait, 4 damage? And if you're getting the -2 from the perilous position, only counting the -3. Either way, I think I do think statistically it was game with the Gamorrean Guard and the other 2, because that's still 4 or 5 damage. I think.
I need those overwhelming barrages to come out. This time they were showing. Many of my games they've not been appearing at all. So.
Yeah, there are some really timely overwhelming barrages there to really push Frank through at the end. Skylar kind of got stuck only getting 1 unit down a turn, and Frank being able to just trade it off and then drop some extra units really
Does that revert back to go to 30?
really push through. All right, these games have been fairly fast. That first game snowballed really hard. This one was a bit closer. It felt like Skylar was almost at one point going to turn the corner, but then Frank just got the barrages he needed, removed the key units, and was able to push through with the board state. It is the one biggest problem with Blue Heroic is you just don't really have that board wipe. In red, you can run bombing run, but yellow-blue just... You do have the yellow card that returns everything to hand, the legendary, but I really don't see anyone play that.
Oh, yeah.
You can maybe if you kill off the Cad Bane and you have the Obi-Wan on
might
field,
be pretty good for me.
but
The mulligan.
Oh, this looks like a... No, it's not a...
Oh, I assume I'm keeping initiative.
Oh, you have choice, right?
Oh,
'Cause I won
that's
the game.
right. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll keep it.
I think Skylar's mulliganing here. Probably hoping for another one of those really explosive Grogu, now there are 2 of them, starts. Number of cards in Skylar's deck I haven't seen yet, like, I haven't seen the Ray or the Kanan Jars yet. I don't know if they're sideboarded out in game 2. I didn't see what was sideboarded. Also running a number of Change of Hearts, which would be a pretty good card for when Maul comes down to just pick that back up and say, no, this is mine. I'm gonna kill one of your units and get damage to base and just trade it off. But It's like we have Jedi Lightsaber. I think that was
Spark of Rebellion.
Spark of Rebellion,
Take a
yeah.
look at your hands.
Spark turn 1 is
Wow.
pretty good if you can hit a turn 1
They're
play.
all pretty fun.
It doesn't
Let's get rid of Boba Fett.
takes the Boba Fett, lets the Cartel Spacer go. Boba Fett wouldn't be playable till next turn. So letting Frank have the turn 1 play still and hoping he doesn't play a turn 2 or draw a turn 2 play. Definitely a bit risky. You could have targeted the Cartel Spacer, he wouldn't have anything to play this turn. And then maybe you draw another Spike Rebellion and take out the Boba next turn, but not entirely wrong to take out the Boba, especially when you force the Cartel Spacer to be played early so it doesn't get its tap.
Very nice.
Good play with the Maw Clunky though to just bounce the Spacer, kill the Yoda. Plays the Cartel Spacer back out. Could have saved it to try to tap something again, but doesn't look like he has any other cheap plays, so he's just going to try to keep it on board so he can keep pushing damage each turn. There's a chance too he'll draw another Maw Clunky and just bounce it again, because why not?
Kanan?
Oh, there's the Kanan. I was just saying I hadn't seen it.
5 strike, 5 to base.
Yeah.
5 to base with Surprise Strike. Looks like Frank might just be trying to
Same initiative.
rush damage now. I did see a number of resources or a number of events in hand. I know he's been holding on to an Overwhelming Barrage. It looks like he drew another and might have resourced it. We're at 5 resources. No, he's holding on to both.
Rebellion. See what you got there?
Gonna Spike Rebellion, see both the
Oh, look at
Barrages
that.
and the Zuckuss.
Well, that's really fun.
You probably take one Barrage,
we're
force
5
the
right
other
now,
to take
so-
out the Kanan.
We'll get rid of one of the overwhelming barrages. Oh no, Zuckuss is 5. Sorry, we're getting rid of Zuckuss. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, gets rid of the Zuckuss, but leaves the Barrage.
Alright. Well, I guess I'll put it on him.
Okay. I'll do 4 over here.
It would be nice to get the attack with the Kanan first if you could, but Kanan does live because the
you might
Cartel
like
has
this.
such low
I
power
really
to begin
Spark
with.
Rebellion.
Oh, and there's the other Spike, and that is the last of Frank's hand. That is all 3 Spark Rebellions. That's kind of a nutty start.
And you'll discard 1 on attack.
Okay, and here's the
Do
Kanan
1 for
ability.
aspect, just 1.
1 for aspect. It's just cunning.
Then I'll heal 1 off of Kanan. And pass.
Alright, so we'll start seeing some leaders flip soon. Frank has lost both Overwhelming Barrages now. There's only 1 left. They really carried last game, and being out them now is going to be real rough.
Spend to Bazine.
Okay.
Bazine, so counter hand control.
This guy.
Takes out the Kiadimundi.
And there's a ping.
Yes.
I maybe would have went for the Luke, because it does also remove and heal where Kiadimundi doesn't. But Kiadimundi does help you get hand advantage back, so I can understand not wanting it to last, especially if there are a lot of cheap things you want to play.
Oh, that's a great inclusion.
Alright, Starfighter to finish off Kanan before it gets her attack.
Put a Jedi lightsaber on Obi-Wan.
Puts the lightsaber on Obi-Wan. At this point, you pretty much just want to space race and hopefully no good to me dead Obi-Wan if you can, if you have it, but...
Oh, you didn't resource last turn. Oh, I didn't realize that. Sorry, I didn't realize. Are you sure?
Oh, yeah.
Are you sure? Okay, I really appreciate that. Yeah, I thought
And once again, they're like
okay, and then I would go
offering different changes. He didn't realize Frank hadn't resourced, so Cat Bane couldn't come out. He passed for that.
Okay.
Okay. Now
Crowd noise is
I'll pay attention to if you're
picking up a
resourcing this
bit.
time.
Yeah, no, usually
you go to 6,
right?
but
I
yeah.
think we're still good. Yeah, because he didn't resource, couldn't flip the CAD.
Okay.
once again, players being super gracious and letting people take back plays again. Frank did not swap his hand for his resources. He had no hand. Yeah.
Okay.
Frank got double Spark of Rebellion and lost his entire hand, so he did not swap his hand for his resource. I think
I'll do 3.
he resources this turn, so I think he only has the one card right now.
Give -3/-3 to.
There is.
Yeah, I think I gotta get rid of the Starfighter.
Luke takes
Yeah,
out
so it's a
the
king.
Starfighter.
Yeah.
Pings 1 more damage onto the Obi-Wan, who will probably just move it to the Bazine while hitting the base.
So 4 health left.
Move to the base.
I'll pass.
He passes, and Frank takes initiative.
Next round.
I'm surprised no attack with the Obi-Wan, but I think is just holding the Obi-Wan for when the Cad Bane comes out to try to take it out with that lightsaber, but especially now that you have the Luke on the field.
Spending 2.
Another turn not resourcing.
Oh,
Surprise strikes.
get rid of him.
And takes out the Obi-Wan. Maybe waiting and not hitting base with Obi-Wan to wait for the Cad Bane did not pay off. Getting the extra damage could have pushed the game through. Definitely got a little greedy there, but
6 to base, restore 3.
now goes 6 to base, restores 3, and yeah. Cad Bane can come out, but it's going to be rough at this point. Frank didn't resource this turn, so does have one more card. And there's Rivals Fall to the base. Frank plays the last card for
Smuggler, but there's no pinging.
Smuggler with the shield. But that Luke is just going to keep pushing damage to and healing off the base. This is probably pretty much the end, unless Frank can draw his last overwhelming barrage. And take out the Luke somehow.
Pull back something, right?
Yeah, it would be a lightsaber.
So Razor Crest gets a lightsaber to drop on the Luke.
Okay. 4 for Glorian Guard.
Yeah. We'll go over here with it.
Alright, so we got a Sentinel on the board at least. So Luke can't hit base right now, but
Stick that on him.
he'll be able to take out the guard and heal 3 either way.
2 damage still.
We'll go into Glorian Guard. Take another 2 back. -2/-2. And restore 3.
Little Luke lives because of the -2/-2 from the lightsaber.
To the base.
I'll play.
Alright, Skelet's just going to take initiative. Not sure what's in his hand, but if he has a Vigilance or anything to take out the crafty Smuggler, then it's pretty much just free ride to the rest of the base. Unfortunately, it's a really hard spot to come back from. There is Maul, and there is
Restore 3.
yeah. There's the 9 to base with restore 3. There's to 26. 4 left, and the Razor Crest on the field. kind of need to Overwhelming Barrage and then like. Okay. Yeah. Zuckus and 1 damage to Luke, I think.
I'll put it over here, but I'll steal
well,
it.
no,
right
puts
away.
it on the Razor Crest and heals it. And then 2 to Luke. The Crafty Smuggler.
I'll fight.
And then, yeah, takes initiative and just swings with Luke on the next turn. And Frank concedes there, yeah. Yeah, I wasn't able to get anything to take out that Luke, which really needed.
Oh, that's really too bad.
Really needed either the Maul or the last Overwhelming Barrage.
Yeah.
Yeah, triple Spark of Rebellion at the beginning was really brutal.
Yeah. I will say I did
Forced out Zuckus, so there's only one play, which was using one of the 2 Overwhelming Barrages, which didn't even kill, and then just took the next Overwhelming Barrage with the next Spark immediately after, which was really well done, really well timed, really lucky that Frankie decided to keep both of the Overwhelming Barrages, but they were really necessary to push through in Game 2 and remove some of those Lukes and stuff, so I understand holding them. Just unfortunate that Skylar ended up hitting so much hand hate. Yeah, so that is round 4, and that's Obi-Wan Kenobi Yellow taking the win. I'm not 100% sure on the standings. Now let me see if I can find our standings off that. Yeah, I think that puts Skylar at 2-2 now. That was, yeah, that was more of a, we wanted to show off a cool deck, a cool rogue deck running around, and we're trying to keep people from being on the same, being on the stream multiple times, at least until Top Cut. So.
All right, I'm gonna cut in here. We will get you the room shot again, and we'll go to our waiting screen. Next round should be in about 14 minutes. Feel free to keep chatting. We're still monitoring it. We're still here. Just making sure everything else is in order here. So we'll catch you guys soon.
All right, welcome back to round 5. I believe this is our last round before a top cut. We've got Alfredo versus Joey, Django Fett Tarkentown with that fantastic Django showcase versus Kira ECL. Yes, this is a pretty classic matchup at this point. Both these decks are pretty known quantities. Fun fact, Alfredo, I believe, is one of our out-of-towners who came here all the way from Ontario, so that's exciting. Looks like it's a pretty standard Django Fett Tarkentown deck. We've got the Triple Dark Raids, Lurking Ties, Ruthless Raiders, all that good stuff. Looks like some Arm to Teeth, which I see some decks run, some don't. I really like that card. I think it's so great if you like need to push damage in a deck that's like going to like sort of maybe more slow down the game, control you. Let's see. Anything else? And yeah, it looks like he's just going straight to base already, so he might just be going for that aggro game plan in this matchup. Which is a bit rough for Kira. We saw Kira Green earlier, but that one wasn't running ECL. You do have the lower amount of health, so there is that trade-off, which is a bit rough. Did see the Super Laser Attack come down earlier. Sometimes you almost wonder if it's worth it to just ECL if you can trade it and get that resource that same turn. You lose your ECL, but sometimes the sort of extra items you get in a row is better. But yeah. Okay, it looks like we dropped 7th Fleet Defender. Just taking initiative.
Yeah.
Kira is already at 5 resources. And just taking initiative, I think I heard. With 5 unplayed resources. I might have been mistaken by what I heard. We're triple dark rating out of Ruthless Raider for Alfredo already. Doing 2 to base. There's no units to ping the damage to.
There we go. You want to cut? No.
Alright, returns to hand. Or, well, hits for 4. Returns to hand. Alright, already 12 damage. This is going really fast. And Joey hasn't really had any responses. Last turn just took initiative with 5 resources up. I'm not sure exactly what's in hand, but might just be holding a lot of expensive units. Maybe had a maybe had a Vigilance or a Darth Vader, but is running both. Okay, here's 5. Plays the gunship, defeats the 7th Fleet Defender. You see Django deploy. Kira deploys in response. And then does Alfredo just continue to go for base? Has that Ruthless Raider in hand as well, so he's going to be able to ping some more damage in just another turn.
I'll pay 1 for ISB. I'll show you a triple dark
Plays
raid.
ISB, shows.
Sorry, deal 1 and Neil with or exhaust. And exhaust. Okay.
Yeah, uses the ISB to exhaust Kira. Shoots off a triple dark raid, which we know has the Ruthless Raider in hand already. Deals 3 to base, and then plays the triple dark raid again, plays out the Ruthless Raider, going to deal 2 damage. I assume he's going to play another Ruthless Raider. You almost always hit it. Maybe not, maybe just Fett's Fire Spray. Yeah, so only 5 instead of 6 damage, but you know, 5 damage is still pretty good. And still has that other Ruthless Raider in hand still. Yeah, so you said 20 is 5 damage away now. You can play either of those next turn. It's pretty rough at this point. I don't know that there's much coming back. This seems very one-sided. It just seems like Joey, unfortunately, was not able to draw what he needed and got hand-flooded by high costs. Does unfortunately happen, even if they're draw 2. Paying 6 for Vigilance. Okay. Takes out the ISP. Heals 5, so buys a bit of time here. So we have the Ruthless Raider, we have the Fire Spray. Is that a Surprise Strike or another Triple Dark Raid in hand right now? Okay, just gonna play Ruthless. Exhaust Cura again. Yeah, I see that Surprise Strike in hand. It's not looking good. They're tapped out. Hits base back for 5. But I think Alfredo probably has it. Yep, 3 to base and
Initiative.
Joey takes initiative, but if he doesn't have another Vigilance, Surprise Strike with either the Ruthless Raider or the Django does just end it right now.
Good to go. Cool.
All right, we're gonna go for the Darth Vader.
Ambush there.
Take out the Django. But I don't think Vader.
2, 3, 4, 5. 3? Yeah.
I don't know that there's anything he can hit that'll save him here, unless maybe he has. I'm looking at his space options right now. Yeah, I'm not really seeing anything, unfortunately. This is probably just going to be the game. Yeah, gets a long pike off it, but Alfredo can just Surprise Strike here with the Ruthless Raider. One of the downsides of ECL is that you just have the 5 less life, so yeah. Surprise Strike, Ruthless Raider. Hit space for 7.
Good game.
That's game, unfortunately. Yeah. So Alfredo takes game 1. Rather dominating fashion. Again, it looked like Joey maybe just got flooded on some high-cost cards. Wasn't able to really stabilize. Django just kind of did its thing of drop with this Raider, drop to on Kira, tap her every round, so she couldn't actually do anything after she came out. So you guys see some sideboarding potentially. I'm expecting Joey to probably sideboard in some more removal. Has another Vigilance and a Super Laser Blast in sideboard, which you probably want to bring in. Not sure exactly what you cut for it, but as for Alfredo, looking at sideboard, you maybe bring in has 2 Bazines you probably bring in to just hand disrupt the removal of Kira, but that's probably it. Everything else seems pretty good. It's actually running 2 Confederate Tri-Fighters. I always forget what that thing does. Let me double check this one real fast. Oh yeah, it's the bases can't be healed one. Pretty good chance you're gonna bring that in as well. Just stop those vigilances from healing you up. That's probably the only ones you would bring on in. It looks like they're trying to reset it right now.
How do we get it to 0?
So when you get to 0, if you click, so click on the other side, it should let you revive.
Oh,
and then goes to 0. And then you do the same for here. 0, 5. That's how you start.
Alright, very good.
Alright.
Obviously not meant for this game.
Well, you can always count down.
I'm seeing some pile shuffling. I don't know how I feel about that. Though, that is some fast piles I am seeing. I gotta say, those are some of the fastest piles I've seen since Pro Tour. There's that one player who does like the crazy pile shuffle. I'm trying to remember his name. Well, I'm not finding the name, but there was one Japanese Magic Pro Tour who had like the wildest pile shuffle I'd ever seen. Where he just take the deck in half and just move his hands to the side and drop one card each into piles, and he just go back and forth and do that, and then just be like done. And it was like over in like 5 seconds. It blew my mind, but I can't remember his name at the moment. That was probably like the next fastest pile shuffle I've seen. Normally, I would maybe say against pile shuffling in a best of 3 just because it is time consuming. But you know, if I'm seeing it go that fast, can I complain? I don't know. That was like, I suck at shuffling. That was probably faster than I would regularly shuffle. As long as you're properly shuffling afterwards as well, though. Since pile shuffling is not proper randomization, I assume it's just doing it to count and guarantee his card number after sideboarding. Yeah, watch him shuffle here. Clearly well randomized and well shuffled.
I think he shuffled about 5 different times, in 5 different ways, too.
Yeah, actually, so interestingly enough, I've seen some card games actually recommend using multiple ways to shuffle. I saw a thing that showed if you shuffled just one way, there was still certain patterns that could happen with how you shuffle and where the cards end up. And you double the chance of randomization if you combine at least 2 different ways of shuffling together. If you do one, you can actually still end up with certain patterns that you can kind of predict. So it's recommended in a number of games to actually use 2 different methods together.
I don't think a lot of people know that.
I don't think a lot of people do. I can't. I've been looking everywhere for these diagrams again because it was so interesting to me. Basically, someone had just shuffled a bunch of white cards with red cards one way, and then you could like spread it out so you could see like the pattern where red ended up and certain some clumps, and then they did blue a different way. You could see that pattern, and then they mixed them all together and shuffled both ways, and it was like completely properly randomized. So it's like, oh hey,
that's crazy.
Yeah. I wish I could point to where to find this, but I vaguely remember finding it while looking at, I think, Bushy Road card game stuff for Judge Rules back in the day, but I haven't been able to find it anymore, so. Anyways, on to where the game is. We've got a Greedo and a Ruthless Gunslinger on the board for Alfredo, and Joey has a Pike Sentinel out. I think that's what that thing's called. It sure has Sentinel. Takes out the Ruthless Gunslinger. See a Lurking Tide, Geonosis Patroller, and some event in Alfredo's hand. I'm not sure which. Tarkin Town's out the Sentinel.
Super laser tech. Hey, it's back.
I'm looking at the card list like, okay, what event is that?
I'll exploit. Geonosis.
Tell. Okay, explodes the Geonosis. So exploit, basically you defeat another resource or another unit to pay 2 less resources. And yeah, we are once again racing into the base. Just using Tarkin Town to get the unit advantage, so you have the tempo on hitting the base. Here, normally you would hopefully get a good good space unit that you can ECL back to get tempo back, but might not have anything right now or anything in that cost. I'm looking at what ships they have that they could ECL, and it's Inferno 4. And Devastating Gunship. I think those are the only 2 ships that Joey is running. They're Relentless in the sideboard, and Devastators, but those are, I'm pretty sure, too expensive. So, drops the Larking TIE Phantom. Now you really need to ECL because none of your others. Well, you have Perilous Position. You could Perilous Position to get rid of it, but Fell the Dragon, Power of the Dark Side. Aren't going to do it now. You also can't Power the Dark Side because they can choose the Lurking TIE Phantom and then it'll fail to be defeated. So it kind of stops you from doing either. Overwhelming Barrage. Takes up the Geonosis Patroller. Okay, yeah. That'll get you through. And that Super Laser Tech is beefy and angry this turn. Fort a base. I assume just hang back with the Laser Tech for now. Alright. This game's going a bit better for Joey this time. Is getting some removal and has some units to hit. That's the event. I couldn't tell. Make 3 droids. So do we have another spicy exploit unit? That's a really interesting card. I don't see a lot of people play on the doorstep. It looks like Alfredo pays 3 copies. Makes sense in Django Tarkin Town actually, because you can just trade one off into something big and use Django to rest it. So it's actually like not bad as long as your opponent doesn't have like a Snoke or something. Alright, 6 to base. Oh wait, do the tokens come in unrested? That's pretty good too for just getting an extra 3 damage in then. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know what that I don't know how that card works exactly. I see like no one playing it. Maybe Django shifted to it, but we've locally here people have shifted away from Django a bit. It looks like a number of people shifted back for the tournament, but we've had such a large contingent of Kira players lately. It seems like a lot of people are just kind of sick of Django, so they've moved away, but Yeah, it's not going so bad here.
Flip.
Okay, we flip Kira. Probably she's just gonna get hit by one of these droids and get rested, probably. On repeat.
Oh, yeah, her. That's 1 damage?
I see we have some Alfredo fans in the chat. Let's go, Alfredo. It does look like Alfredo is pushing this through. This is looking pretty rough at this point for Joey, unless if he can get some sort of removal. Although it looks like he's tapping 6. Might be dropping a Vigilance. Yes, it looks like a Vigilance to take out the Django. Go heal 5. Okay, that's going to help a lot. Does go back to 4. Really needs a way to deal with this lurking tie. Needs a perilous position, probably.
I'll take initiative.
Yeah, needs to take out this lurking tie pretty much now. And then 2, that's probably game there, because you're at 2 damage. Even if you take out the lurking tie, the Ruthless Raider's going to hit. Pretty much need another Vigilance, but even that's probably not enough at this point.
Good game.
Yeah, Joey calls it. That is Alfredo taking the game, and Alfredo taking the series 2-0. Yeah, just kept hitting the gas and kept going. Got really good tempo through those games. Yeah, it seemed like Joey just was not getting his removal pieces, which is a bit unfortunate. Alright. Well, that is our round 5. I believe that is our last round before top cut. We have a number of time to go still. That was a, fairly fast 2-0. So we're going to have quite a bit of time until top cut here. So I'm just going to vamp a little, and once again remind everyone that this is being hosted by GameKnight Games and Cool Stuff in Winnipeg. We apparently have about an hour until top cut. So yes, again, this is being hosted by GameKnight Games and Cool Stuff in Winnipeg, and we are being hosted by the Winnipeg South Osborne Legion Hall. So thank you again to them for letting us rent out their hall to host this. If you are interested in SWU, we sell singles, we sell sealed product, we also sell a bunch of other card games and other board games and all of that. We ship across Canada, so if you're Canadian and looking for some fun cards for your decks or board games to try, definitely check us out at www.gameknight.ca. That is GameKnight with a K. And yeah, I think we're going to jump to a short break for now while we figure out what to do with the time.
Before we jump to the break, don't forget to like and subscribe if you're an Alfredo fan.
Yeah.
We really appreciate you, and I'm sure he does too.
We'll let you know that you've been cheering for him in there.
All right, we'll get you some music. I'll even change the track that we're playing. So let's go over here.
Yes, I believe we're back. We are. All right, so we have got Alfredo here after his round 5 win for an interview. How are you feeling after that?
Oh, I feel great.
Yeah.
It's always a good time to win, and even better when you win on stream.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, that looked like a pretty clean win. It looked like you got all the gas you needed, non-stop.
Yeah, against Kira, I see a few lines in which if you can just manage to keep the board thin and just control one unit at a time, you're in a good spot to kind of like run over with the game. So I feel like the way that he was playing, he was kind of like trying to ramp a little bit, get the Kira early on so that my Django can be threatened, but I managed to basically resource all the main events or like the waylays and stuff like that, and keep all the P38s and ISB agents just to be like, all right, I'm just gonna kneel Kira, cross my fingers you don't have OB, and then keep going, like push forward.
Yeah,
so.
that seemed to go really well. I think I saw at one point he had to take initiative with 5 resources out. That seems really rough. I didn't see entirely his hand, but it looked like he had like vigilance and a bunch of other really expensive stuff, which is just kind of unfortunate. But
it's funny that you asked, because I actually asked him. I'm like, so in game 1 when you had 5 resources and you claimed, what happened? And he's like, I had Vader, Maul, Avenger, Vigilance, so it was only bombs. I only had bombs, and I had 5 resources, so it's like I couldn't do anything. And I'm like, ooh.
Yeah, that's pretty rough. I did notice, so I've fallen a couple weeks behind on the meta. I noticed in your deck list, and you did play, you had the On the Doorstep.
Yes.
I haven't seen a lot of Django Fets playing that, but it makes a lot of sense. Did you find that online? Did you come up with that yourself, or did you find that?
Usually I just build my decks by myself. I just put a bunch of good. So the for anyone who's listening, if you want to build a good deck, just put good cards in it, and that's it.
Yeah.
Easy story. So I find that On the Doorstep is versatile, and the reason why it's versatile is because you can stall. It allows you to action stall, right? So if you really need to make sure that somebody's knelt, either the on the 4 resource turn or the 5, which is when Django comes out, you play it, they're coming ready, so it's not like you have to like wait another round for them to stand up and do anything on it. And they're just small chuds that control the board. If Django's deployed and you have the small 1/1s, then guess what? Anything you put out that is not ambush or anything like that just gets knelt. And that gives me a lot of tempo and a lot of board advantage, because now I can push damage to base and not have to worry about your units.
Yeah, we definitely saw that against here in game 2 and getting that rest off it. I assume too, being able to go wide on that against maybe if you are like low on board and someone just has single target removal, getting those out and then maybe surprise striking, they can still hit for like 4, which is a decent amount to the base too. So being able to get that extra wide board state, it seems really useful in some matchups.
Worst case scenario, you exploit 2 of them, pay 1 for the Genoshan control, and then bounce a Sentinel or like the Super Laser Technician on game 2. I realized that I had enough units to, especially because I asked them, I'm like, why didn't you pay 1 to put a shield on your Sentinel? So then I had to commit resources to try to deal with it, right? Because I told him, if you swing first on my Gunslinger, then I can just Turkey Town, and now I have open field to do whatever I want, right? So he mentioned, he's like, because I wanted to put the Super Laser Tech right away and gain resource advantage in that sense.
Yeah.
So I understand why he did that, but it worked out perfectly, because if he just cold casted the Super Laser Tech, he didn't even ECL it, which I told him, like, you could have ECL'd the Super Laser Tech and not give me a chance to do anything, because now Greedo dies, right?
Yeah.
But he decided to hold on to his ECL and just hard cast the Super Laser Tech, which gave me the ability to exploit and then pay 3 to put the Genoshan in, and then bounce his Super Laser Tech. So that put him further behind. So it was just it was rough. And he mentioned he was actually nice enough to be like, my only loss the entire day was to Django. So he was going into this round a little cautious in that sense. So
Yeah, no, that play bouncing or exploiting the Greedo was really good too because then he cleared out the ground phase. So even when he replayed this super laser attack, he had nothing to crash it into. So you
Absolutely
just like
nothing.
denied that for the rest of the game pretty much.
And I thought about it. I'm like, okay, if my ground arena is clean, then he can still spend one and automatically kill his super laser attack to ramp. But he really wants to crash into something that I put on the board. So it's an option. It's a line that you can take, but it's probably not the most efficient line that you can take. So. As soon as he claimed initiative with that one resource, I'm like, okay, so you really want to crash your super laser attack into probably my Django or something, and then wreck me with like Vader or anything in the future turns. So I'm like, okay, if you're just gonna leave him there and you're not gonna automatically, get rid of him, I'm just gonna push as much damage as I can on your base, and that's what ended up happening because I think most games ended on the 6 resource.
Yeah, it was pretty fast. I know that first game. You hit 20 damage on like turn 4 or something, and probably would have won a bit faster, but there were a few vigilances there to pull back.
Yeah, the vigilance hit it back for sure. And I did have a surprise strike in hand, just waiting for him to be like, okay, if you do not heal right now, I got you. And in fact, one of my sideboard cards is the Confederate Tri-Fighter because...
Yes, I looked at, I forgot what I did. I'm like, which one is that again? Oh, it's the can't heal. Yeah, that's
can't heal.
Fantastic for this.
Vigilance still gets around it because you can always choose to defeat the 3 cost unit and or the 3 health unit and then heal. But for like Anakin, for any restore sort of deck is crippling.
Yeah.
So and it forces you to choose that unit instead of like maybe Django. You want to kill Django maybe, or you want to kill let's say the Ruthless Raider has some damage, or any other more juicy target. It forces you to deal with like, okay, if I really need to heal, I need to get rid of this card.
Yeah.
So it's a nice little tech.
Yeah,
card.
no, it seems really good. I'm surprised I don't see more people play it as sideboard options.
I think depending on set forward meta and stuff like that, it might be more popular.
Oh yeah.
A lot of the restore and healing decks are not really like top, like they're not that popular, I want to say.
Yeah.
So maybe that's why. But I just like to play to my outs most of the time, and I'm like, okay, well, if I find myself that I'm racing against a deck that has a better late game, one of the ways that they can stabilize is by constantly healing, right? You got like Sabine, you got the Marauders, right? The 1/5s that heal for 2. Anakin Blue has like Yoda, has Luke Skywalker, you name it, right?
So like everything.
All the restore, right? Quinlan sometimes has especially if you're playing the blue, has the healing as well. So
I know we have at least one Quinlan Blue who is on stream.
We have 2. Yeah. Oh yeah. I saw another Quinlan Blue somewhere in here, but that was interesting. So there's definitely healing everywhere, and a lot of people, especially with this ping meta, they're playing like ways to either mitigate the damage or heal it somehow, some way. So I'm like, okay, you know what? I'll put that card in on my sideboard for those specific matchups and just punish you for trying to go that route. Right?
Yeah, no, the ping meta is really interesting. One of our players, Skylar, I think is playing Obi-Wan Kenobi Yellow. And we got him on stream earlier, and it was really interesting because you'd see him get pinged and just go, oh, just heal it off. And it's like...
Nothing happened.
Actually, this deck seems not terrible in this meta, really. It was kind of spicy with, now there are 2 of them on like a Grogu into like a turn 2 Kiadi Money. It's like, oh, wait a second, that's scary. That's,
It's a good call when you can mitigate or eliminate like 1 damage ping.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, I mean, having a good time. Great venue for anyone who's listening. Amazing staff, host. You guys are being great, and I've had a lot of fun for someone who's not local. So
thank you, and thank you for coming out. Do you mind if I ask where you came from, where you traveled from?
We're in the Toronto meta.
Okay.
Yeah, so shout out to Chad, Gavin, Josh, George, all those guys, Joshua. Those guys are my teammates. They've been grinding with me for months now, and we're all part of the team Canadian Snowtroopers.
Okay, yeah.
CST for the win. So we're just here having a good time, trying to do the best we can, and
Yeah, how's the tripping so far? Did you drive? Did you fly?
We flew, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, we flew yesterday. So
Okay, nice.
it was about like 2 hours and 45 minutes.
Not too bad.
Yeah, so
And
it wasn't nothing too taxing on us.
you just
Nice and fresh.
and you just barely managed to dodge our terrible weather. I think it was like -40 with wind chill earlier this week, so you made it just in time and not a minute too soon, because
See, that's the. I'll count my blessings. We're lucky.
yeah, it was a bit nasty. I think there's a few people talking about driving who are just like not in this weather, and it's like that's fair. That we will not judge anyone on that.
Yeah, we've had a few days of really snowstorms.
Oh yeah.
Especially you're talking about like 30 plus centimeters.
Oh God. Yeah.
We made it. We're here. We're representing CST. And,
Yeah.
Let's see how the chips fall and let's see if we make the top 4.
Yeah, super happy to have you out. Do you know how any of your other teammates are doing right now in the Swiss?
So both of my other two teammates, Cole and Alex, they're both 3-1 going to the last round.
Okay, nice.
I'm hoping that if they do manage to win their matches, they will be in a good spot to make that.
Yeah. I don't know if there's anyone. Let me see. I can check to see if there's anyone undefeated in this last round.
I think
There should be. Yeah, 2 undefeateds. So yeah, it's really going to come down to those tiebreakers, I think, which I don't know who any of these people are because there's all usernames and I cannot recognize them to names, but yeah, it looks like there's quite a few 3-1s going into this next round, so it's going to be real tight, I think. Let's see.
That's how we like it. We wouldn't
4,
have
5,
any other
6,
way.
7. Yeah, it looks like there's 7 3-1s going into this round, so
It's gonna get very interesting.
yeah. All right.
Cross our fingers.
Yes, well, thank you so much for the interview and for coming out again.
Pleasure being here. As I mentioned, great venue. You guys, next time there's a PQ here for anyone who's listening, try to make your best. Try your hardest to be able to get here and have a good time because the community, the venue, everything is great.
Oh, well, thank you very much. Yeah, is there any last other shout-outs you want to do?
Just anyone who's listening from Toronto, shout out to you guys.
All right, awesome. Thank you again so much.
Yeah, no problem. My pleasure.
All right. All right, so that was Alfredo, who is currently 4-1. We're going to be weighing on tiebreakers here, so I think there's still about 10-ish minutes of the round, and then I believe there's going to be a short break while top cut is determined. So we're going to jump away for a bit again, and we will catch you once we're back.
balancing places right now. I'll let you guys listen into my headset.
Number 12, Skylar Greenslade. I apologize. Number 11, William Yonke. Okay, I'm just aware that I was going to butcher it, so I apologize. I also apologize for when I forget next time and just that. Don't worry, it's a terrible name. Number 10, Graham Dunk. Number 9, Daniel Bergeron. Number 8, Tyler T. Number 7, Cole Lapine. Number 6, Alfredo Contreras. And last but not least, number 5, Alex Simkiewicz. And that's everybody. No one else cares about the rest. Everyone, we go home, have a great day. Oh yeah, just the top 4. Okay. So the quarter or the semifinal pairings will be Richard Douglas and Michael Falk. And with special guest referee, the other semifinal will be Cameron Lowen and Kevin Lowen, Frank Lowen as special guest referee.
So for everybody that made it from, or past 16th, so 17th and onward, I do still have participation prizing. Originally when I set up the event, I wanted to give everybody that plays top 64 a couple boosters. Now, everybody is top 64. Congratulations. So everybody that has not gotten prizing at one of the little bags, I've got 2 Twilight boosters and 2 Twilight promo packs, and the participation promo. So in a few minutes, when you guys can come up and find me, and I'll make sure that you get your stuff. But I also mentioned earlier today that I wanted to give away some tokens. So I've got 10 initiative tokens, 5 Twilight, and 5 Spark. And so I've drawn up a few names. And if you would like one of these tokens, please come up and pick either Twilight or Spark when your name is called. William? Twilight or Spark?
Alright, we'll get your music back.
All right, we are back with our top 4. We currently have Richard versus Michael, both on Jango Fett Tarkentown. They're currently in the pregame phase where they get 5 minutes to check out each other's deck list, see if there's anything spicy that'll catch them off guard. It is very interesting. It looks like they're playing fairly similar decks.
How is One Piece compared to this? How do you like it?
It looks like Michael Falk is running Wolf in the sideboard, which could be really spicy. That is the difference between his and Richard's. That could be good in the matchup too as a sideboard, depending on how ability heavy. So like it'll ping off triple dark raid and everything, I believe. Meanwhile, Richard has a Freight Dragon in the sideboard, which is a bit surprising. So it can go much more late game if need be. Both do very similar abilities, but one is a bit earlier than the other. It also looks like Richard has only one of, where Michael has 2 wolves. Those look to be some of the biggest changes. Richard has one of his Lurking Phantoms in the sideboard and not the main, which also could matter since some of the abilities that might damage it might not matter, but yeah, it's fairly similar all around, of course. I don't see the Gamorrean guards in Michael's list, but they are in Richard's, so there's a number of differences that'll be interesting to see how they play out. I believe Michael went into Top Cut as the only undefeated, I want to say. So yeah, really excited to see this matchup. We're probably going to move to slightly you're probably going to move to slightly more player commentary than ourselves, because as some of the other players move out, our commentary is going to be easier to be heard by them, and we don't want them to like find out what's in anyone's hands or getting advantage from hearing us. There's still a number of players milling around, but a number of them are probably going to start heading out, it looks like. So yeah, we're probably going to take a bit more of a backseat in this Top Cut, let the players play, let them speak for themselves. We have mics on them that normally we'd be listening to, but just to avoid any sort of giveaways or spoilers at what people could have. Talking about their deck list is fine. They were literally in the phase where they look at, but yeah, from here on, we're probably going to mostly just comment on what is played and not anything on hands, and maybe let them do let player commentary come through a bit. Is interesting. We have in our other top 4 match, we have the Lowen brothers, actually, who have both made it to top 4. We had their father Frank Lowen on stream earlier today too. I believe Cameron Lowen is playing Kira ECL. He is the only Kira who has not been on stream yet, so if he makes it through to finals, we will have had every Kira at the tournament on stream. And he's playing against his brother Kevin Lowen on Sabine ECL, which we haven't seen Sabine yet, but sure enough, one managed to sneak his way into Top Cut. So yeah, we will look forward to seeing who makes it to finals here. So it's going to be Jango Fett in finals no matter what already. We have the mirror match. Jango Fett, Tarkentown's going to finals. But it'll be interesting to see which deck it pairs up against. Yeah, again, we can see their hands here, but I don't want to commentate on it because, yeah, it has gone much quieter in here now. And I don't want them to hear me. That is very dangerous. It looks like they've both opted to mulligan. It's very interesting.
Yeah, it has gotten really quiet in this room now.
Yeah, I feel like I could hear like a pin drop.
Yeah, we could probably hear them without our headsets here.
Yeah. Yeah, I can definitely hear Cam and Kevin talking. They're one table closer to us. I can hear what they're saying. So.
Yeah, so we'll either start talking about different games like Magic the Gathering,
Yeah.
or we can cut over to the player mics.
Yeah, let's just cut the footage over. I got my analog pocket here. We can play Berenstein Bears in the Spooky Tree.
I don't even know what that is. I've heard Berenstein Bears. That's a kid's book, right?
Yeah, it's the one that a bunch of people think is spelled Berenstein, S-T-E-I-N, or Berenstain, A-I-N, and it's actually A-I-N, but everyone remembers it as E-I-N.
Yeah, I even think of EIN when I hear it.
Yeah, I forget I forget the term is, but it's one of those ones that's like kind of infamous for it. Oh yes, we've got.
Yeah, Tarkentown both.
We have got the owner of GameKnight here taking a peek at the game as well. Is there anything you want to say about the peek rating?
Thanks for doing this, guys. It looks really professional.
Thank you.
Super professional.
Yeah,
I forgot that I might be picked up on the air. It's a good thing I didn't come in with a tirade of profanity.
Yeah.
And for my wife listening at home, hi dear, I love you. You were right about Kira. There were 4 Kira decks here today.
There's one in Top Cut right now. There's still one left. Yeah, we're trying not to commentate too much on what might be in their hands or anything, because it's gone very quiet.
We want to try and switch it over to player mics?
Yeah, maybe we'll swap to player mics for a portion of the gameplay.
All right, you might hear ringing just because I think there's some interference on the wireless connections. We'll try and monitor that so you don't hear it too much or too often. All right, let's tune in.
Of course, they stopped talking.
Okay. Let's go. Five damage to the base. That cost me 2.
Go. 3 to base.
Oh. And I know I will have to. Okay.
I'll ping the crafty shield, and then I will pass.
Greedo? Yep.
Okay, 1 defeated. P38. Let's go 3 to your base.
To the base.
2 to base. 7. 3 for a phantom.
You're at HP.
Sorry, I didn't do that earlier. Okay, so you're
I will claim.
Okay. Yours. And I'll pass.
All right. I'll go 4 to base.
Three to base.
Three to base.
Okay. 4 on the doorstep.
I'll flip.
Trade and exhaust.
I'll spend 3 for a triple dark rig.
Sorry, he's exhausted too.
Thank you. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. I'll spend 1 and go fire spray. Would you like to cut these?
No thanks. Yeah, looks good. You have 1 resource left. Yeah. Let's talk. 2 to base.
Oh, no,
5 to base.
Flip.
ISB reveal on the doorstep, ping and tap Django.
Okay. Let's go 1 to base.
13. I will claim.
Oh yeah, so you would have two.
Yeah, 1 to base. And then I will game 1. Daring Raid your P38 for 1. I will. Let's put a ping into the droid. Okay. And pass. Okay.
You have to use the Jedi mind trick. Right. You know what I realized I do? When I watch like a show or something, the guys are like, hey, you want to meet this guy? I always go like, no thanks. No, I'm waiting for them off to like be more decisive, and I realized later like that's exactly where they were. The Jedi mind trick on them. You don't decide that. Exactly. Perfect. Yep.
4 to base. Okay.
No, one Richard. They're both. Yeah. So like anywhere less than 12 hours.
Yeah, because that's what?
It's about 40. Okay. So sometimes I'll like stay in one day.
Yeah.
We'll like stay in Calgary for a night and like.
Oh, I see. I see. Anything closer than Sault Ste. Marie is close for me. See, Sault Ste. Marie is so far. I've revised the portage on Halifax, and my last road trip I drove Sault Ste. Marie portage. That was my last long trip. So that's my cap.
Let's go 3 damage to Django. And exhaust him.
Spend 3 for the 3 to base.
Nice, good game.
Good game.
This is way too intense. It's so quiet here. Holy.
You asked for the stream.
I did. I totally shouldn't have. I might.
Can we switch mid-match? We'll go over there.
Alright, so it looks like game 1 goes to Richard. I think I caught the other match, and I think Sabine won game 1. I tried to peek in at the end of that. But yeah, so that was really close. The hot shot to push a little bit extra. Good choice. Looks like we're sideboarding now. Let's see. Curious what they're gonna sideboard if the Wolf or the Crate Dragon's gonna go in. How fast that game went and how close. I don't know that you're getting to a Crate Dragon, so it's probably not. You might put in the Bazines from the sideboard to just try to disrupt each other while getting an extra unit, but maybe the Emperor of Palpatine. That's still pretty expensive. Yeah, look at the most. Probably the biggest thing is a Bazine, and then there are breaking ins, which maybe Michael would sideboard in if he saw Richard's Gamorrean guards in game 1, but I don't know that there's anything with Sentinel that Richard would want to sideboard in to deal with. So definitely options. Richard has some disabling Fang fighters as well. They both do. You could maybe consider putting those in, but it's not a ton you're targeting it with. Once again, it's kind of like taking out the Hotshot Blaster or Arm to the Teeth, which Richard is running a one of Arm to the Teeth, and Michael is not running any. That card's really nasty if it stays around, so that's maybe the thing you'd consider bringing into target, but as a one of, I don't know if it's worth it. Alright. Sounds like they're having a good time over at the other table right now. That noise you're hearing is actually the echoing laughter through the room.
I checked, I believe the other table is also on game 2.
Yeah, I think they're still in game 2. Alright, looks like they're about to start game 2, so we'll probably drop it back to player commentary again as Michael does his mulligan here.
Okay, good to go? Yeah. 2 for Bazine. Let's go for Crafty. I'll play the Spacer. Okay, I'll play. I will pass. Ready? I will play lead P38. Exhaust. 7 feet. Yeah, one to base. I will claim. Okay. Down to. No, I'll pass. Sorry. Give me a sec. Yep. All good. Let's go 2 to the base. Okay. Oh. 2. Let's go 3 to base. Base. Less 1 to base. No phantom. Triple dark raid. You want to cut? No, thank you. Okay. I will pass. I'll take out your looking tie. That should have a shield, so you'll give it back to your hand. Yeah, thank you. Okay. It's gone now. Yep. I will claim. Okay, I'll pay 1 for a turn raid. Okay. And then pass. Goes to my hand. Three to your base. Okay. One sec. Yeah, 3 to yours. Okay. 3 resources left. Okay. I will. Sure, I'll trade into Django. Exhaust. I'll go Catalyst. Pay 1 Darn Raid. Yep. And 3 to base. And I'll pass. Okay.
That was a great start for both of us.
Oh, right. I didn't know everyone like yeah, but you kind of take advantage of today's situation. Yeah. Everything top end is better for you. So if you can get that
If you
earlier.
were one forward pass, if you truly want to forward pass on that.
That's true. That is true. But
Are you still there?
Yeah, they're diamonds.
true.
So you draw a record, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. If I drew a record, I would.
3 to your base.
No, I do look at that.
Okay.
I'm watching this guy. I'm watching what his cards are.
I didn't. I reversed this the other day.
You'll be impressed when you see like aggro versus like mid-range Ram. Just hoping you lose to them.
Well, I don't know if you saw the start of it.
I did see the start.
Yeah.
3 to base.
It's like I can see his hand. All I can is because I know this dice the first
Well, I
one.
saw it the other way around. Oh wow, that's.
Would have been.
I love the corrections by the way. That was so cool.
Thank you. There's actually a guy here who went down and just got 6 of the boxes.
I'll go 2 to base, 2 to Django, and exhaust Django.
He went with friends.
Okay.
And a whole bunch of that said that if you happen to get that, we'll buy it from him. And all his friends got into a whole bunch of it here. And I was lucky
That's
to
pretty
got
cool.
over
That's
them.
pretty cool. Yeah,
I can't imagine
I'll
I'll be so lucky to get more, but I'll take the very first ones. If we have to cut that.
I'll go 3 damage into Ruthless.
I have seen things where I can do a
3 to your base.
what's the one where you flip all your guys
Endless Legion.
Endless
The
Legion.
6-man.
And all the
promo,
Endless
yeah.
Legion flip over those cards. I will never, because they will always be resourced.
The problem is, I will be playing General Grievous with 4 lightsabers, and you will have lost them.
No, because you will be in such awe. If it says Ark of the Covenant, you will just melt in like awe. The first person will pick it up.
Oh, Tarkin Town.
I was really close. I was thinking like maybe you just.
I'll do 2 to the 7th fleet, and then 2 to your base. I'll go 2 to base.
You have 13 cards? Well, I think our odds are actually, on any given game, it's like each 4%.
Yeah. So 2 in a row.
2 on 13 is less than.
I'll claim 5 to base. 19.
Yeah, I knew what was on there.
Okay, and I'll pass.
Okay. The 18. You're like, there's a number.
You just convert it down. That was a good one. Why not fuck that?
Yeah, didn't have any.
Got the pump? Yeah, I had last year. Good game. Good games. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Yeah, that was tough. Good games, man. Great games.
You're not just hard me.
Yeah.
That was stressful. It was stressing me out. Just lost here because of that.
Thanks. Top four. Top 4. I'm happy with that. Yeah.
That was Raven.
I know.
Richard.
Nice to
Yeah.
meet you, Richard.
Nice to meet you.
Thanks for coming out.
Oh, certainly. Yeah, everyone's been awesome, so I was glad to make it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Alright, it looks like they finished up here and cutting off their mics so you don't hear all that feedback. You know what? I'll even stop it over here so I stop hearing it. Alright. Dan's back. Let's get him on.
Yeah, so looks like Richard has 2-0'd Michael. Bit of an upset there. Michael being undefeated going into Top Cut. Somehow managed to finish before the game with a Sabine in it. It's a miracle. I believe our other matchup is just going into Game 3 now of Sabine versus Kira. So we're going to take a little break until that's done, and we have our finals, and then we will set that up for you. So.
Yeah, these players have been tearing through their games. I don't think there's an accurate countdown I can give you.
Yeah,
but
it's pretty much just whenever they finish Game 3 on this other table here. So Sabine is on the play, so it might be pretty fast. We'll see.
What we'll do is we'll go to the away screen, and I will take the camera and see if we can spy on the other game. It's going to be over our shoulder. The camera is very slow at moving. Here we go. Yeah, no, we're not going to see it, but we'll know when it's done. Can we enhance as well?
Zoom.
We've got quite a zoom here. I don't see the score. Let's go out a bit. But we'll know when they're done. I'll get you guys some music so you can keep listening to it. It's going to be one of the 2 low ones as you see on the screen. And we'll be back when they start the next round. Let me get you some music.
Alright, so it looks like the last game just ended between Kevin and Cameron. It looks like Kevin has come out ahead 2-1. So we will be seeing Sabine versus Django Fett in finals. The final cure did not make it on stream. So we're going to see some Sabine gameplay. We haven't actually seen any on stream yet, so that's, you know, I don't know that I can call it a breath of fresh air since, you know, it's Sabine. It's been around since set 1, but yeah, it's we're gonna have a bit of time before it, I think. I'm not sure. Their game's just ending right now, so I think we're gonna have a bit of time to just set up the next game. But we're going to be having Kevin on Sabine ECL versus Richard on Django Fett Tarkentown for our finals. So stick around and we'll have that back up in just a bit. I'd also like to, one last time, or not last time, I'll probably do one right after the finals as well, but just give another reminder that this Planetary Qualifier is being hosted by GameKnight Games and Cool Stuff, with the venue being hosted by the Winnipeg Legion, which thank you again to them. We carry board games, card games, all kinds of stuff. We've got Stars Unlimited singles and sealed product. If you're looking for that and you're in Canada, we ship across Canada. Our website is www.gameknight.ca. That is Game Night with a K. And yeah, you can check us out there. And we're going to just jump away for a bit. Just for a short moment. Looks like they're already going to get started setting up. So we're just going to jump away while we get that set up and then be back. Alright, so we're just in the pregame phase. They're checking each other's deck list. We have a few minutes for that. I just realized we were talking a bit about stats of decks earlier. We don't have a single pawn 1 yellow here, which has been the boogeyman of the format for a while. I am very surprised because we've had people playing it locally, but it seems like almost everyone thought that like people are going to target it and just pivoted off it. So that's really fascinating because it's definitely like a deck that we see at locals. So yeah, I'm actually surprised at how few one-off decks there have been, because there are a lot of players at our locals that like to play off meta stuff. But like we had a few. We had the one Bosk, we had the one Director Krennic. So we had a few outliers. We had one Anakin Skywalker. Surprisingly, only one. That's another one of those decks that's been really excited. A lot of people have been hyped about. That said, Skylar, who we had on stream earlier, is one of our top Anakin players, and he was playing Obi-Wan Kenobi for fun, and did really well with it, actually. So that is what it is. But yeah, so looks like they're going to be starting up. Once again, we probably will not be commentating much of the game. We'll be leaving it mostly to them, just because there's like, well, you saw the size of the crowd. Pretty much everyone you saw in that shot around the previous game was everyone who's in the room. This room has space for 128 people. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We have 13 people left in the building. So we can definitely like be heard, and we just do not want anything we say to potentially be heard and give anything away. So for the sake of the gameplay, the sake of fairness, we're not gonna say anything, especially because the person sitting closest to us probably can hear us even better. So since it is one, like we're not to the side of them, we're directly behind one person. Oh, I say directly, we're like a room away behind one person, but yeah. I believe we'll be posting more stats. I mentioned a few of them on the decks and stuff. I believe we're planning to post online all of the deck list stats, so should be able to see those online in the future. I'm not sure exactly where we'll post it. We'll definitely have them in our Discord, in our SWU channel. Sorry, it's a limited channel, sorry. So we'll have that probably in the next few days or so once we go through everything. And then, yeah, I'm sure we'll have all this video footage up as well on the YouTube afterwards if you want to check out the VODs later. I know there's a lot of content creators who want to see some of these decks in action and see like what decks are performing and stuff, so we will hopefully get all of those stats and everything up for everyone as soon as possible, so you'll be able to get your fix. But yeah, looks like they are finishing their mulligan, so I'm going to jump off again and we'll let them go. So we'll probably see you at the end of our finals.
That Pike Sentinel is so pesky.
Yeah. It's just, yeah, and he gets it shielded. It's just like,
thank you.
Shielded Sentinels are so annoying. I haven't played that in a while, okay? I made a Luke deck with Village Protector, and so you like bring out Village Protector, give it a shield, so it's double shield. It's terrible.
That's so awful for me.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Don't wanna get any distractions. Oh, my bad. Is the mic just on?
I think so.
Yeah? Okay.
Alright. spend 1 for Agredo.
2 for Sabine.
ISB revealed Daring Rate.
Yep, get 1 damage. I will just claim.
I'll Tarkin Town Sabine, and I will pass.
Okay. Oh, I have initiative. Cassian.
Cassian. I'll go 3 to base.
Okay. I will just claim.
I'll go 1 to base. And I'll spend 2 for Crafty. And I will pass.
You good? Oh, sorry. I was not paying attention. I'm just gonna kill Greedo.
Greedo? Okay. I will flip. ISB. I'll go 2 to base.
Okay. Flip Sabine.
I'll go 1 into Sabine.
And exhaust.
2 back. And use Jingo.
For K2.
Okay. Go on the doorstep.
Okay. I'll claim.
Okay. I'll go 3 to base. And I will pass.
Okay. Hit your base for 4.
I'll spend 2. And I will Cartel Spacer to exhaust Sabine.
Hit your base for 3.
7. I'll go 1 to base.
Spend 5 for both.
Two cards or 3?
3.
I'll go 1 to base.
Same.
I'll go 4 to base. Those 3 attacks.
Oops. 15.
I'll flip. I'll go 6 to base. And I will pass.
ECL Wrecker, destroy, deal 5 damage to him, and then kill him.
Okay. 5 to base.
So 5 to base. Oh, I spent it.
Okay, tapped out.
Yeah, I'm tapped out.
I'll go 6 for fire spray.
Good game. Ooh, you went very hard on ground.
You scarred me from those games earlier. You 2-0'd me.
Yeah, you've learned clearly. I didn't like seeing the Greedo ISB to start. Like, that's a good start. Yeah, you clear my board. Pardon me? Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
I got smoked.
They were close. They were close. I wouldn't describe it as smooth. Honestly, I don't know if I need that. I know I do.
The issue with the ISB Greedo is how small the hand gets. Like, you have to keep 3 specific cards to make it work.
That's true, yeah.
So it always feels risky.
Yeah. Clearly paid off, though. just gonna double check.
Yeah,
that.
certainly.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Whew.
No, KO.
I can do it for you.
Oh, thank you so much.
I just want to KO you.
Yeah.
Oops. Oh, come on.
Oh.
Oh, you're up -1.
Oh, extra health.
But oh yeah. All right.
Yeah, that's right. What kind of face is that? One hand behind my back.
Not sure if I'll keep yet. I don't think I can keep this.
No.
I'll mulligan.
You mulligan? Okay. Going for it.
All right, there we are.
You're good?
Yeah, thank you.
All right, yeah, no. Sabine.
ISB revealing Daring.
Daring. I will just claim.
2 to
Daring.
Sabine, and I will pass.
Interesting. You good?
Awesome.
3 for casting.
Let's see.
Okay. I will just claim.
1 to base, and I will pass. Sorry.
No, take your time. You good?
Awesome.
Okay, I will spend 1 timely intervention. 3 fleet lieutenant, kill Boba, timely intervention, kill ISB. All right, that was not for my resource. It's always for my resource.
I'll go 3 for a triple dark. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Just going to look at my hand. I'll take the Kaiba's tie.
Yikes.
Would you like the cut?
Huh? I don't know. I'm just saying yikes for a color tie. That's all.
Yeah.
I'll just ping.
Yep. 1 to each.
Is that okay?
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah.
3 to base.
How many resources do you have? The
1.
One? Okay.
One.
I'll flip Sabine.
I'll Tarkin Town Cassian.
I'll hit your base for 3.
Yep, going 4. Oh, 3. Sorry, I had to add
No.
4. And then I'll claim.
Yeah, okay. And then Vector.
I'll ping and exhaust Sabine.
Okay. Hit your base for 3.
Base for 3, going to 7. I'll go 4 for the Gamma Guards.
For 3.
I'll claim.
Claim. Okay. 2 for Green Squadron anyway.
Okay.
And then pass.
take out Sabine.
Okay. Kill him.
Triple dark. I'll ping and exhaust.
Red 3? Red 3, yeah. 4 to base.
It's going to 11. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll defeat the A-wing.
Five for power.
I'll claim that.
Okay, pass.
Go with attack into Poe and exhaust.
Hit your base for 3.
1, 2, 3, 14. I'll daring raid red 3.
Okay. 3 for Centauri Peacekeeper.
I'll bounce Sundari back to hand.
For K2.
I'll claim.
Okay. I'll ping. I will not resource.
Okay.
to paying an exhaust poem.
Hit your base for 4.
19. Go 3 to base.
I'll just ping.
Yeah, I guess it's time to find out. It delayed it long enough.
Yeah, ECL wrecker.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
And like, I can only exhaust poke for so long.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh man, alright.
That was tight.
That was.
That was just.
Ooh. So difficult when like they're in there.
Yeah, yeah. It's they're a little scary. You can. Well, I'm guessing you're staring at it.
Yeah, thanks.
You can control 1, but like 2, it's no.
Exactly. Rip. Yeah. Alright.
Bobo's scary.
I know, you took him out.
I was so happy I could take him out.
Yeah, that timely play was sweet.
He had some triple dark raids that just didn't hit.
0 for 5 against you.
Yeah, I think you got 2. You got 1 Kylo and 1 P38, right?
Yeah.
That's rough.
I don't know if we'll make it for this last
Hmm?
game. I said I don't know if we'll make it.
We'll have to play really quick.
Yeah.
Oh, this is tight, man.
Yeah.
Winner takes all 1 game. Oh my goodness.
Seriously.
Good luck, Richard.
Yeah, you as well. Thank you. I will mulligan.
All right. Right.
Thank you. Alright.
I'm just gonna sorry, 1 second. Okay. Yeah, good.
Alright. For 1 for Guido.
Oh no.
Battlefield Marine.
BM.
I will. I'll claim.
Okay. Yeah, I'll ping. Yep, yep, sure, yeah. I was just upset with my draw.
Oh, payment exhaust.
Okay, I'll spend 3 for Fleet Lieutenant, doesn't do anything.
Come on, Greedo, how hot are you shooting?
Oh, the double.
Oh my gosh, Greedo. I'm gonna go into the fleet.
Yeah. Do it. Ah, dang. I'll claim.
Oh, Tarkin sat.
Turk.
And then I will pass.
Pass. You're good?
Awesome.
2 for Sabine.
Go 7 feet.
2 for Dolphin Marine.
Read a base.
Flip Sabine.
I will claim.
Hit your base for 3. And pass.
I'll go 3 to your base.
Hit your base for, or no, hit your base for 3.
Three to base.
3 to base.
Copy. I'll go 3 for triple dark. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Finally found one against
Yeah,
it.
nice.
So
2 damage.
2 to base and 2 to Sabine, and I'll exhaust Django to exhaust Sabine.
Okay. I'll spend 4 for Right Hope.
Right Hope. I'll go 4 into Bright Hope.
Spend 1 for R2.
I'll daring raid the Bright Hope.
I will claim.
One in hand?
Yeah, one card.
It's always Wrecker. Let's see here.
No resources.
I'm sorry.
No, take your time. You have 31 minutes.
I won't take all of it, I promise.
Rock, paper, scissors.
No rush, no rush.
You claimed, right?
Yeah.
I'll go 3 to base. And I will pass. And this will come back to me.
Yeah.
Sorry.
All right. Alright, you good? ECL Wrecker, so 5-3 to base.
I'll go 4 for arms to the teeth. Replace.
Hit your base for 3.
18. I'll go 5 to base, give +2 to the Starfighter.
Well done.
Good game.
Well done.
Oh my gosh. The Wrecker. That was your last card?
I had Bright Hope. I don't. Because I thought.
You had it if you didn't have fire spray.
Yeah.
I had.
Yeah.
He had triple dark raid and surprise strike on top of that.
Surprise strike, yeah. So Bright Hope wouldn't have saved me.
Oh, right.
Because I could have Bright Hope, but then you could have killed him, and then hit through there, and then I didn't have enough to kill you next turn. You would have won.
Oh my gosh. That was tight.
Yeah, very good job.
Great game.
Great games, man. That was very impressive. Like the switch up that you did. Because you clearly learned the matchup really well.
I was just, after we played, I was sitting there, what happened?
You figured it out. You figured it out, man. That was great.
Thank you so much. Great game.
Yeah. I went 2-0 before, and now he 2-1s me.
Just to make sure I'm completely clear, that is.
All right, so Richard is officially our Planetary Qualifier champion. Coming out ahead 2-1 there. For anyone who missed it at the end there, the arm to the teeth pumped up the one ship, hit for 5, and pumped the other. So next ship was attacking for 5. Kevin was tapped out and didn't have any space units to block it, so chose to concede because he couldn't deal the last 7 damage. But yeah, so congratulations to Richard. I think we're going to get some top 4 pictures and stuff going on in a bit. They're just chatting right now. I want to say thank you to everyone who has stopped by the stream. Thank you to all the players who came out. Once again, this is the Winnipeg Planetary Qualifier, hosted by GameKnight Games and Cool Stuff, and hosted at the Winnipeg South Osborne Legion Hall. So, we are a board game and card game store here in Winnipeg. We sell board games, card games, a bit of books. We have card supplies, everything you could probably want for gaming. Tabletop games, D&D, mini stuff, and like everything. So if you want to check us out, we ship across Canada. You can catch us at www.gameknight.ca. That is GameKnight with a K. And we're just officially going to do the last of our prizes here. Kevin is officially second, Richard is first, and Django Tarkentown takes it. I think we're going to try to get some top 4 pictures and stuff, which we'll try to swap over your camera and just get a view of it going on. I believe Eric is just going getting everyone's mics and everything, so partly why I'm talking, just to cover the noise of those mics being cut. Yeah, I believe Richard actually came up from Minneapolis, so another traveler. Fantastic to get so many players from outside of Winnipeg who are willing to travel, because it is a long travel, especially in the cold, which thankfully it's warmed up a bit, but yeah. I think that's probably going to be just about it from me. I'm super happy to have gotten this chance to commentate. Thank you again for stopping by, and yeah, I think I'm going to jump off now. We're going to go, I think Eric was saying we're going to go to the camera for when they do pictures and stuff, and I'll let Eric take it away on that.
Yeah, there's going to be some pictures near a nice little backdrop, so if the camera follows us, if it wants to move, okay, let's go here so we can see it. I'll make it a little bigger for everyone. No, we're not going to be back. There's not another round. There's a background behind whoever this is.
I believe that is Cam, one of our top 4 players who's playing for June, and brother of Kevin there, who just got second place. Just one last time, thank you again for stopping by. Check out GameKnight Games, and hopefully I'll see you at a future event of some sort, future stream. We might do more of these. If we get a chance to host another Planetary Qualifier, which hopefully we do, we would definitely love to stream it again. Everything. Oh, we are turning the cutout so the stream can no longer see it. So this is no longer helpful. I apologize. 07.
They moved the board on us. I don't think we're going to be able to sneak in on their pictures. As you can see, it's sideways now.
We can get the beautiful side profiles of them.
Yeah, but thanks all for coming. You're welcome, Robin. Thanks for joining us. Really appreciate anyone who showed up, anyone who liked the video, comment, subscribed. You can still do that. There's still a couple seconds left before we shut off the stream.
Yeah, and the VOD will be up later, so you can rewatch all of it. And if you're one of the players checking out your games later, I'm sorry if I said maybe you should do something and you're like, no, that's wrong. You are the one who is playing, and up there, you are the correct one. Ignore me.
All right, with that, we'll be off. Thank you, everyone.